on. Hello and welcome to everybody. Hope you guys are all having an absolutely awesome day. Enjoying the day, keeping it real, keeping it sweet. We've got a really cool discussion planned for today. I'm quite excited about it, to be honest. And we've got a really cool team jumping in here. We're starting off with 4 players on the field, as it were. And it's a gorgeous day out here. I didn't climb the mountain this morning because of quite a bit of rain. Didn't want to push my little boy today, but tomorrow I reckon we'll go rain or shine, unless it's downpours. So before we get cranking, I'm going to just introduce the people on the screen. And I'm going to go around clockwise. So we've got Indy Sage here. Indy is primarily a shadow worker, so he helps people to connect with the shadow parts of their beings, but he's very much inspired by the shamanic call of nature and embedded within the occult sciences, as well as very much coming from the perspective of anthropology as well. So he's a round the clock researcher. He loves his books. He's a Virgo through and through. We love Indy. We've also got dear Cosmic here. Cosmic's sort of like a modern day John Dee, if you will. He doesn't need a crystal ball to do his work. He's got a relationship with the Fae. They've been helping him channel a language and create a system of correspondences and magical notations. Let me know if my volume or if my audio is at all going off the crank. I'd love to know. Thanks, brother. And so yeah, Cosmic's very original, very on his own, in his own domain. And we've also got Rick here. Rick is very much embedded at the moment within the Sanskrit practices, the literature, the yogas and the tantras and the Vedic path, the ancient Vedic path, but coming from a background of Western cosmology, and I'm guessing there's a bit of anthroposophy, theosophy hidden in there with a good healthy dose of Rosicrucianism. Is that a good way of sort of summing it up? Just from what you've said to me, it seems like there's some of these flavors mixed in there. So yeah, we've got a lovely team here. I'm the Bush Whisperer. I'm the local shaman here. Background in also Western occult and Vedic, and found myself in the wilderness to enjoy barefootness in the wild, and that's sort of what inspired me. So without any further ado, I'd love to give everybody on the table an opportunity to say a few words about themselves, what's going on, where to find them, and big love, Vincent, brother. Big respect, and yeah, over to you guys.
Cool. Thanks for the great introductions, Franklin, as always. Glad to be here and just love the discussion today. Should be a very exciting discussion. I have studied mythology all of my life and always been excited about the stories and the myths and the legends. But astrotheology was fairly new to me in comparison to a lot of my other studies. And it first came across me with Jordan Peterson and then later Santos Bonacci. So it's been like a real blessing to find that astrotheology has been there all along, because I've always been a little bit frustrated with organized religion, wondering where's the real principles, where's the real wisdom hidden, and what about, can we understand more about the heavenly kingdom, and we know enough about the supposed hell underworld, but it's really not even in the literature. So since we know so much about things that aren't in the literature, where's the literature of the things that we really do want to know? And it turns out that it was really hidden in the mysticism all along. And so the astrotheology, the study of the heavenly kingdom and the principles of heaven, has been very profound addition to my studies. And I really appreciate the work of Jordan Peterson, having gone through to pull out a lot of the hidden Marine Admiralty law corruption, but behind our organized government as well. So he's uncovered a lot of things in his work, and we're still working to uncover more of it. And it's been a beautiful process of intermingling with the theology, the astrotheology, the mythology, and some of the historical things that have been able to back some of that stuff up. So I think a lot of the mythology should be taken as maybe literal, and we think it's just kind of figurative stories, but I think a lot of this stuff has a lot behind it more than we think. So we're going to get into some of that today. Should be a real good deep dive. Glad to be here.
Hey, this is Cosmic Prankster, as usual, right on time. I guess when it comes to this particular topic, I kind of admit in a weird way in the recent years when it comes to my occult studies, I think in a lot of ways I've gotten less interested in sort of mythology and some of these mystical traditions because I'm really more interested ultimately in using kind of nature and sort of my own sort of experiential observations to understand the universe. However, I think that mythology, when you take apart stories, you can kind of figure out, I like to figure out sort of the psychological sort of reality, the kind of the as above, so below, like why do certain minds believe in certain religions? Why do certain people believe in certain gods? And trying to figure out the connection between the sort of the relationship of the psychology of the god and the sort of the narrative structure of mythology and the people and the culture that relate to it. And I'm kind of interested in sort of like dissecting and taking that apart and sort of like, when it comes to religion, it's kind of like I like to take it apart and put it back together again to see how it works, kind of like reverse engineering it in a way. So I'll probably have some interesting things to chime in on in this discussion. I guess, like you mentioned, this whole Fey magic thing is that it's kind of literally made me look at all the belief systems in a whole new context. And I have to kind of reconfigure what all of it means and, how it makes sense in this new context of this sort of this extra dimensional, continuum of existence that I've stumbled into. And I guess I'll be, that's what I'll be talking about in the show today.
Hey, thanks, guys. It's my pleasure to be back with you. Yeah, and kind of what they said, right, is the cosmic. I relate to what you're saying, brother. I think I'm going to be a student here, in particular when we get into the depths of the mythology. That's something. Whereas I was drawn in my younger years to stories, to cinema, biography, that type of thing. Yeah, for some reason, I didn't feel super drawn to the mythos and the mythology. And this is a relatively new endeavor for me. However, the astrotheology ideas, yes, Maxwell and many others, caught my attention because I too, Indy, was looking, well, it seems we're on the path to truth here. And so it made sense to me once I was illuminated enough to consider the fact that there is a storyline going on up in the heavens, right? And I was remembering back when I was a kid watching the Northern Lights for the first time in Northern Michigan, and what a display, what a show, and the shooting stars, and just we could see the Milky Way back then, and so what they say is the Milky Way. At any rate, I'm looking through. I'm looking at the sky with a different lens these days, and I'm grateful for that. Grateful to be here, and looking forward to seeing where this conversation takes us.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get cranking. Let's get putting out the groundwork with planking. Yeah, I think like when we're tackling such a large topic, it's big. It's as big as the wheel across the sky. That very ancient image comes to mind. I should have got it on the screen, but I didn't yet. I'll grab it just now. Of the goddess that is doing a backbend. Yeah, you know, like Hatha Yoga, the first pose, but she's going all the way back. My mom used to be able to do that. She was an acrobat. She used to do flying trapeze. She could walk backwards and just keep walking. I was like, oh, it doesn't look right. You just walk over and just feet go over her head and just step and just keep stepping and stepping and like in slow motion. So my mom was an exceptional acrobat. But there's this pose of this divine goddess reaching over. Is it backwards or is it frontwards? Actually, that's an interesting question. Is she going frontwards or backwards? I think she's going backwards. I don't think she's doing the cat. And she's touching the ground. And this sort of represents the heavens, the arch. All these arches that we see in all this architecture represents the arch of the heavens, the zodiac wheel, as we can see it, and the comings and goings of the lunar and solar bodies. And I think like as we start to track, you know, the astrotheology and the mythology, they all seem to be talking the language of the stars. It's been very, very rare to find a god or a goddess that isn't associated with a planet or a constellation. There are some that it's difficult to ascertain, but not because of a lack of information, but because of an abundance of information that has been carried by different epochs that related to this god or goddess in a different way, which creates a certain consternation. Consternation? A constellation of confusion. Is that consternation? What's the word consternation mean? Is there such a word, or did I make that up?
I think it's a real word, but I don't think it means constellation. I know I've heard that before somewhere.
I meant it as like a problem, like confusion, like to be in a state of like, I don't know what the heck's going on.
Yes.
There is such a word. Yeah. I have to check myself. But if there isn't, I can create it as long as I follow the rules. Yeah, there are rules. This is something that I think is important to realize when it comes to language. We're so fixed on words, which words exist, but words grew out of syllables, which grew out of combinations of words. There's beige root syllables that become seed syllables that add to others that become a dog hair factory on my fur, on my body. I'm just seeing the dog hairs are moving. I've been hugging my Malamute. He's shedding like crazy. I just can't keep track. But so looking at this whole story, I think like probably one of the best places to start for us all, and I don't know how you guys feel about that, would be the Bible, the good old Bible. Because the Bible is really, we've been sold a particular narrative about the Bible. I like to call it the Bible. It sounds better. Because the Bible has, when you say that word, there's all these, all these things attached to it emotionally. I think that we miss the point of, for example, Easter. And I was talking to my girlfriend about this the other day. Easter, Mars. Mars rules lust, the sexual procreative act. Yes, Venus rules the emotional draw, the emotional play of sensuousness. This is into the domain of Venus, and the moon rules the ovaries and that abundance that is brought into the womb. But that hungry, I'm gonna go out there and get me some. That's Mars. And so we look at Easter, Easter means iron in Germanic, Afrikaans, Dutch, various different languages. And estrogen obviously is that mating hormone. And I was explaining, I made this powerful discovery the other day. I have to share it here before I forget. So it's Mother's Day tomorrow, where I am. Second Sunday of May, right? All of you guys out there, if you still got moms, ding! Make sure you don't forget that, because that's a big one. Moms have put in a lot for us. But so anyway, it's Mother's Day tomorrow. And I was like, Easter is a breeding holiday. It traditionally comes from like way back in Celtic times. I believe it was the time before or the time leading up to the hand binding ceremonies. So the boys and the girls that were of marriageable age would be getting married. Now everybody would be living in a close community. And as we know, when women live in close communities, their period cycles synchronize. Right? This is one of those physiological weird facts. If you have a lot of women living in a house together, you better know when it's time for premenstrual time, they're all going to be premenstrual together. So you got to just make sure you don't get in the firing lines between them when they are like, feeling stressed, because it's obviously a lot of strain on a woman's body. Think about bleeding for 5 days. Like, try it, guys. Tell me how you like that. But, so anyway, this synchronizing of the woman's menstrual cycle would mean that they're all pretty much ready to bang out babies at the same time, right? More or less. So this would have been based upon the moon, because everybody wouldn't be so technologically dosed up with false lights stimulating melatonin and affecting our hormonal balances. We would have been in tune with the sun and the moon. And when the moon came up and the sun went down, we'd be getting ready to go to sleep. And so our cycles would have been in tune with the Earth's cycles. So the moon would be really a good indicator. Obviously, this was traditionally calculated by the moon, our moon calendars, for when this estrogen cycle, Easter, would have been. So then all the hand tying ceremonies would happen. Now you need to consummate because you're married, right? You're consummating at the time when the moon's going into its most productive phase. Chances are most of those women are ready to bear children, right? All they need is the seed put in there. So you have this mating ritual, which is part of this whole traditional estrogen cycle, represented by the rabbit, because as you know, nobody is as good at doing this funky act as rabbits are. I've got 10 of them. I didn't plan on having 10 of them, by the way. Thought I had 2. So you get 2, you got 10. Just deal with it. Now I've got 10 bunnies. That's how that works. You got to be quick. They don't miss time. They don't mess around. You think you'll be able to stop it? No ways. Did you know that a rabbit can give birth at 8 a.m. and get impregnated by 11 a.m.? That's just crazy. They can literally give birth and then like go in the corner like, let's get it on, baby. We're ready for round 2. And I've witnessed this for myself, because my son's mom got these 2 bunnies and she was sure they were the same sex. And I was like, nah, it's not working for me. Nah. She was sure. And I said, no. Well, we've got them now. We'll go. Before you knew it, they weren't even adult yet. They were pregnant. I was like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Okay, we're going to, the moment the babies have hatched, we're going to separate them. So the babies came out, but I separated them, right? Kept them apart, took the little male far away. But it was within about 2 or 3 hours of her giving birth, because we weren't there at the moment that she gave birth. She gave birth at like 4 a.m. I separated them at about 8 a.m. and she was already pregnant. So we had 2 cycles. So I had to it was hard work, and then to get them all and have them spayed and neutered. You can imagine the drama involved, like a whole lot of bunnies. Anyway, bottom line, bunnies. So the rabbit is a symbol of fertility, and it's also a powerful symbol of like, go out there and get it. Rabbits are highly intelligent and highly driven. These 2 little ones here, you might hear this tick, 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 tick every like half hour, every hour. Even though they're spayed and neutered, they still got to get it on like 10 times a day. You never see anything like it. So this idea of children being put into wombs at round about May, right? April to May to June to July to August, September, October, November, December, January. By the end of January, we're looking at births. Now, a lot of the women are giving birth, right? Now, between January and February, newborn babies are kept on the breast, in the house, in the bed, as it should be. Then their eyes start to open February, March. March, they're ready to start growing outside, crawling. And now it's March, it's April, it's spring. There's an abundance of berries. There's an abundance of fruit. The weather's becoming great. There's a defrost that's happened. And it's safe. It's springtime. So the children get to go outside and start to explore as little babies in a safe environment leading up until summer. And by the time the next winter comes, they've had the maximum amount of growth that they can get so that they can live through the next winter. It's mathematics. But here's what I discovered. If you calculate the time between the what would be the mating ritual of Easter, which is an old pagan tradition, and Mother's Day, that's the first beating of the heart. How incredible is that? So the first beat of the heart is about, I think it's day 24. Day 24 is about 24 days. If we were running according to the lunar stability, I think it would be exactly on the ball 24 days. But that's about that, more or less that time frame that the first heartbeat comes. So now all of these women that have been impregnated have got fetuses, and the hearts start beating, and it's a Mother's Day celebration. Guess who we are celebrating? We're celebrating these young women having their first living child inside them with a heartbeat. How incredible is that when you really think about? And so this would have been reflected in the stars, right? So we see this process. It's to do with moving through May Day, moving through into summer, moving through this whole process of now that there's a baby on board, we're going into the harvest festival. So mommy can eat and eat and eat all the good foods, all the healthy foods. There's an abundance of different foods through May and June and July. And she can really get her body prepared for keeping that baby. And so you can see how the cycles of nature are really governing this. And I think Jordan Maxwell? Jordan Maxwell is probably one of the oldest astrotheologists. I think he was teaching astrotheology since the 70s. And I think he might have coined the word astrotheology, by the way. And he came out with this theory that it all arose from nature. I remember seeing this years ago. I think Michael Tessarian was another one who used to also tout about this. It started with nature worship. And there are a lot of students that have looked back into even the Vedas, before the Upanishads, before all of these times ago, back. We were listening and looking at nature. And we were noticing the distances between antheals, termites, the way that animals calculate their territory. It's not just haphazard. There's a science and a mathematics to this. And I think that science and mathematics that we were looking for, we saw it reflected in the stars. And we started noticing, okay, so this passing of this time is not just incidental. There's a pattern to the way these things work. And I think animals are naturally in tune with these cycles. Namaste, Mexico. Namaste, Rob. Hope you guys are well and thriving. Namaste, Joe. Big love to all of you. Hope you guys are having Namaste, Chaos. Big love, big blessings, peace, honor, and respect. What do you guys think, from this idea that it started off with nature and then we needed to calculate nature and we started looking at the stars to calibrate time as coming from a shamanic sort of cultural heritage of nature? I think that's where it seems to point to. What are your thoughts?
I feel like it started off in a matriarchal system where we venerated Mother Earth. And I think during the times of Yeshua, he actually supported the understanding that the Mother Earth is within us. And he called her Baba. Now, the Hebrews changed that name from Baba to Abba. And in Gematria, they're the same letters, but in different arrangements. But when you have Baba, that represents the mother, and Abba represents the Heavenly Father. So they've flipped the script. And in the times of the matriarchy, there was an understanding that the soul, upon going into reincarnation after passing from this life, would go into the earth and through the earth and then emerge from the earth to be reborn once again. Now, when they flip the script to the patriarchal understanding, instead of going in and through as the female yoni and sacred flower would have it be in the sacred act, we then, in the patriarchal model, our soul would go up and out away from the earth into the heavens and then reemerge back from the heavens to be reincarnated here. If that's part of the model, they've really taken out the reincarnation aspect in a lot of the different models of it. So we used to have an understanding that the sacred mother was within us all. We all come from a mother and worship a mother. We're all in the great mother earth, and she's created us all and sustains us all. And it's a very sacred understanding to be worshiping everything that's supporting us here in this realm, instead of trying to have an escapist ideal of trying to go somewhere else, which we don't understand, we've never been to, we've never had anyone go to and return from, and it's based on a narrative of speculation. That's not going to be as rewarding for us because it's not as tangible. But when we have an understanding that the matriarchal model shows us that the earth is sacred, and that our understanding of how to thrive here is going to help us profoundly by becoming familiar with nature, becoming capable at living amongst nature and sustaining ourselves in ways that are beneficial to the natural environment as well, so that we don't create dangers for ourselves. And the whole process has really changed so much through the coming of the patriarchal age, which began about 6,000 years ago. And we know that humanity didn't just all of a sudden spring up and create Sumer out of no existence or no experience. We had a lot under our belts at that point. And during the matriarchal time, it was not really as much of a time where there were necessarily, well, it's confusing as to when the megalithic structures came about. And since those don't really fit into the timeline of the patriarchal history, it's probably the case that those structures were built during the matriarchal time. And during those times, there was more community, and the people were not slaves. The people were rejoicing in the building of their civilization together with their clan and their tribe, and then maybe larger populaces. But some of these earlier civilizations had strong connection to the sun and moon, but they worship the earth first and foremost. So we do see that there was veneration of the moon and the sun. And interestingly, I think a lot of these ancient cultures saw that things backwards. They saw the sun to be a female, and they saw the moon to be a male. This was definitely the case with the Norse and with the Mongolians, the Mongols that became with Genghis Khan. The Mongols had kind of come over and taken over Eastern Europe for 1,000 years by the Golden Horde. So there was a strong influence from the matriarchal times that had kind of been lost in our history. But if we look closely at it, we can understand that things have been kind of changed in such a way where we've been pushed into escapism and pushed into being scared of the dark, being scared of nature, being averted to it, not coming into thrival, but coming into a place of trying to hide in cages. And since the time of agriculture, that was one of the major times where the matriarchal kind of collapsed, because when agriculture came into being, instead of hunting and gathering, when we were in thrival doing that for who knows how long, probably hundreds of thousands of years during the shamanic period of our existence, when we started to develop agriculture, which supposedly started in Anatolia and then moved west into Europe from there, women started to experience miscarriages by working with domesticated animals. And so they became imprisoned in the home during that time of agriculture. And to this day, women are imprisoned in the home and starting to become liberated. But it's been a very difficult process for women after agriculture began, because they've lost their ability to participate in the harvesting of crops. Well, the planting, the sowing, and the harvesting of crops, the sowing and the harvesting of wisdom, and organized religions. Women were banned from being able to participate in religion for many millennia, and they're not allowed to read. They're not allowed to travel from the home, and so women were enslaved for the last about 6,000 years, and they still continue to be to this day. We're trying to address this with the women's suffrage movement and things, women's liberation, feminism. But in a large way, women still have maintained control of humanity by kind of being the boss of the house, making the decisions on what is purchased for the home. They do a lot of the decisions on what's going to be acquired, and they make a house into a home. So they do a lot, even though they've been imprisoned in the home for thousands of years. They still maintain pretty high place in the pecking order as far as the demands that they make for a man to acquiesce to. The woman demands a nest egg for a man, and the man must make do and go out and be the breadwinner and create those things for the women. And so in a lot of ways, the women are controlling the way that society has become, even though they've been imprisoned. And they kind of have a way of manipulating men to get what they want in order for the man to get what he wants. And we all are pretty well aware of this. But you can imagine how much more powerful the women might have been during the matriarchal time, where it's thought that the gods, the males, were actually consorts of the females. They were guardians and consorts of the goddesses, and the goddesses were the ones in power. And so we see that with a lot of the children of the gods. It's not clear as to whose children the gods really are having, but the goddesses give birth to the gods' children, but oftentimes, since they were consorts, they would switch their male partners around. And so if a male partner consort had a child with a goddess, and then she was pregnant, and then she chose another consort, and he was raised by another god, I think that the children who were raised by certain gods were considered to be their children, and they didn't really have a patriarchal a paternity test to be able to understand whose the children really were. So I think this is the case a lot of times. To me, it's kind of baffling in the sense that Enki's son was Marduk, who kind of followed in the footsteps of his uncle Enlil. And then Enlil had a son named Shida, who followed in the footsteps of Enki. So it's a bit strange that their sons kind of followed their uncles. But I think you may see that sometimes. That could be something that happens, and oftentimes when there's a father that's trying to tell their son they have to be like a sagely good person, and they end up wanting to become some kind of a rebel, you can kind of see that there's somewhat of a defiance in human nature that's said to have been something that the gods had as well. And in the old Sumer and Babylonian stories, you see that the gods were shown as having these character defects like people. They weren't perfect. And so in that sense, people could relate to them more and understand the morals of the story better, because they could relate to the protagonist, especially in like Numa Elish and things like that.
So my answer to Bush Whisperer's question is I think that the whole idea of sort of humanity emphasizing its focus on nature, and then later on emphasizing its focus on, the stars and the heavens, I think it's a natural progression. If you kind of look at the trajectory of evolution, I kind of see this as a sort of a similar process as when sort of fish evolved and became amphibians and started taking over dry land. These are beings that they started living out in the ocean, and then they sort of took a chance and they went into the world of dry land, developed lungs, developed arms and legs, and kind of entered a new threshold of being in existence that wasn't there before. Because you think about it, squids and all kinds of weird ancient organisms, they probably didn't really have any concept or idea of what dry land is, or even that they're swimming in water in the first place. And then they sort of figure it out, a world of dry land that we can explore and evolve in and take in new forms. And I think in that same process, humans evolved and they looked at, hey, wait a minute, this is a new territory. This is a new sort of mode of exploration. Because if you think about it, you're looking at all these stars and it's like, maybe they're suns just like ours. And it's like they opened up this new threshold of experience. And I think that's kind of like what's happening here. And then the gods are kind of like the facilitators level, or at least that's kind of like how we see it. Because I think when it comes to the progression of nature, I don't think that it's just stasis where you have a system and you take in food and you reproduce and you kind of create this kind of perpetual equilibrium. But I think when it comes to humans, and I think in animals in general, there's also this tendency for exploration, finding novelty, finding new experiences in which to explore. And so my answer to, I think, why we got into agriculture and stuff like that, I think people were kind of like, hey, I want to spend some time reading these books about mythology instead of looking out and hunting and gathering all the time. And so I think in a lot of ways, as we evolved and we sort of got this developed an imagination and developed a kind of a spiritual sense, it only makes sense that naturally humans would kind of move in that direction away from nature and into the stars. I think the issue is that by sort of denying where we came from and denying our sort of natural animalistic nature, I think there's aspects of who we are and ourselves that are sort of lost in the equation that's kind of necessary for that transition to this sort of new phase of consciousness and experience and being that we haven't fully integrated, right? It's like we got so excited about the prospect of moving to the stars and becoming one with the gods and living with the heavens that we didn't really evolve the evolutionary capacities to do that. So earlier, it would be as if a fish wanted to explore dry land, but it didn't, develop lungs that breathe in air. It didn't evolve arms and legs to crawl on the surface. And I think that's kind of how we are with air. It's like we're so excited to, go into the stars and go into this new threshold, but we haven't really sort of evolved in a spiritual and psychological sense the sort of necessary abilities and functions to navigate that new space. And in a lot of ways, if you think about it, it's like evolution. There's kind of this process of, see, this is one thing I think the materialists get wrong about evolution, is that they think it's all kind of a momentum from the past that sort of blindly leads to the future. But to me, evolution, scientifically speaking, makes more sense if there's also an attractor point at the future, a goal that organisms are trying to evolve to and trying to complexify. So I guess when it comes to understanding these kind of metaphysical things, I kind of look at just sort of the primordial natural world, because in a lot of ways, what mythology is just sort of the dreams of the primordial natural mind that we are a part of, in a sense. So I think that's basically my sense, that I think that this sort of transition to this star-based mode of being as opposed to this natural mode of being, I think it's just sort of this natural tendency for humans to explore, to find new ideas, to understand the way the world is. Because Indy, well, I think that there is something neat and romantic about living in a sort of this agrarian sort of hunter-gatherer society. I think that because of our curiosity and our desire to go beyond and seek new horizons and seek new boundaries, I think that's something that's not sustainable. And I think that in a lot of ways, But I think but in defense of your position, Indy, I think there is a kind of a throwing out the baby with the bathwater aspect. And I think there's a lot of good things from our natural past that we're denying and ignoring and not taking into account into the sort of this next step in evolutionary progression.
Wow. Fascinating opening statements, fellas, or concepts. I'm not entirely sure which thread to pull on. Indy, I thought it was, thank you for injecting some new and novel thoughts into my thinking. Like, for example, this surely our essence makes its way to the heavens, upon our losing of this super suit, right? Yeah, of course it goes up and back home, and this notion of that it retreats back into the earth, into that feminine. Wow, brother, that really just kind of was profound, because it actually lines up with my personal journey, which is being less lured externally outward into the external space, and doing an about face and doing that journey more inward and finding the space within. And so anyway, wow, I'm gonna have to contemplate that for quite some time. Bush Whisperer, your question regarding perhaps the roots being given to us, and just the nature in which we were immersed in, totally makes sense to me, right? In the absence of other stimuli, for example, the Black Mirror, or some kind of technological advances, sensory perception devices, these types of things. If there was a time in our history where we were absent of those, which seems to be a fair bet that there was times in our lineage when we were, naked in the earth, roaming around, hunter gathering, and then ultimately agriculture, this type of thing. So what did we do when we were sitting around the fire? After we collected the berries, and we slay the animals for sustenance, after we chopped wood and carry water, where did we cast our gaze? And I suspect we, at some point, observe nature as entertainment, if you will. In fact, I'm doing that now, as I purposely try to limit my time using synthetic, artificial means of entertainment, going and being entertained by the birds, by the crabs on the beach, this type of thing. Kind of returning to what I consider to be our roots, or my essence, and that type of thing. And so surely we were informed by the cycles that we could observe near us, within with watching the rabbits, so to speak. And then ultimately, it seems we drew parallels to, like, as below, so above, that we found the parallels between the luminaries and what was going on in our, right in front of us. So it makes sense to me that the roots of a lot of mythology, the Bible, and all these other religious traditions, etc., are pagan-esque, or they come from, or shamanesque, if there's a distinction. And so anyway, I'll pause for now, and thanks for your
Yeah, man. I love that. I think shamanesque. I love that term, and I think it's very much on point. So Drugs was saying, what did you see? When is the shamanic period of our existence? Okay, I want us to just cast our imagination back in time. Before there were kings, before there were queens, when we were living in little hamlets, little villages, and small little communities. And within that community, there was a wise person, a shaman, somebody that was born that was different. They could engage with the spirits and would gain insights, and would say to the village, there's a big storm coming, and they would say, how do you know? Oh, the spirits told me, right? And people would realize this is a person to go to for advice because they see things before they're coming. And when somebody got sick, this person would get out a drum and play a drum and go into a trance. And so there was a time when the elders ruled the community, and those elders would have been very much shamanically inspired. So it was a time before legislation, before kings, before queens, before bowing to foot to anybody. Nobody was in charge. People would go to the local village shaman because they needed something from that shaman. And that shaman would probably not be in the village, maybe a little way off from the village, in a cave nearby. And that is still in probably the early points of agriculture. It could have even started before people settled. So I think that's quite interesting. And what Indy says about the childbearing, I think that's quite on point. It might not be written in a book anywhere, Drooks, but what he's saying is that... sorry?
The book, Ken Wilber's book, The Brief History of Everything.
Yes, Ken Wilber's a genius, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is.
But like, if you look at it with your common sense, you can sort of figure it out for yourself. Like, before we were growing vegetables and we were nomads, the women were traveling around with a child on their hip. Think about it. Right? Yeah. Children were being born. It wasn't like, oh, well, we were moving around and we didn't stay fixed places. Farming caused us to settle down. We would follow the weather. And who would be the wise person to know which way to go? Now, we start with the shaman story. Somebody had some kind of a cosmic connection and they could see the spirits. And these spiritual consciousness would give them insights, and everybody would realize that's the person to follow because we've got the best chance of survival if we follow this person's insights. And generally speaking, that person would lead people in the right directions. And if there was some danger, they would normally foresee the danger and say, we need to stay in this cave for like a little while where there's fruit, water. There's not going to be water. I had a vision. There's not going to be water. We must wait for the rains, right? And everybody stays put waiting for the rains. The moment the rains start, everybody starts traveling, and then they go through this, what would have been a really dry, arid area, but because of the rains, they can dig holes and get out water. And so there's a lot of sort of common sense behind, like he says, Ken Wilber's work. Ken doesn't just draw this out of his thumb. He's a philosopher. He thinks and he contemplates what it would have been actually like living as a hunter-gatherer. It wouldn't have been an easy life. But when we settle down, now this is where it gets interesting. When we settle down, that's when the first almanacs came into being. And there's a very close association with the first almanacs and spells and magic and the occult. And now's where the stars come into play. Because when you settle down and you start breeding sheep, you start farming vegetables, wheat, corn, whatever it was that we were farming in those days, probably a kind of rye, probably kinds of yams, right? Suddenly we had to be in tune with nature's law, with the rules. We had to know when to plant. And that's when we started looking at the stars. We noticed that at certain times of the year, when that star came over the horizon, the flowers would come out and the bees would be everywhere. And we'd be like, that's interesting. A little while after the bees are going everywhere and the flowers open up, there's fruit. So if I want to have a plant that's fruiting, maybe that's an important time. Then we would watch these plants and we'd see, well, there's so many days in a cycle for these plants. Hypothetical situation. Anybody that has grown their own cannabis, if you enjoy growing cannabis, you might have noticed, right, that there's a 21-day gestation period to get your plants ready to go into veg. There should be, right? It starts with a 7-day rooting process, a 7-day getting the plant to get ready for its bigger pot, and then the last 7 days, the transition of the pot, and it's starting to put its roots into the new pot before you can stick it into its vegetative cycle, changing the lights. Right? Anybody who's grown anything indoors would know this. And then for that plant, which is the same as tomatoes, hypothetically, right, we'd be looking at about 40 days at least for the fruits to form. So this is what you're looking at, right? It goes into flowers, you need your 40 days for the fruits to form. Then after your fruits form, you're probably going to need 10 days for the fruits to become mature. Now you can start thinking about your harvesting. So there's particular cycles involved with plants, and that is similar for many kinds of fruiting plants. If you're growing strawberries, tomatoes, whatever you're growing indoor, you can have the same kind of ideas, right? If you're doing cuttings, there's particular times. The cuttings take 3 days to actually put in a little root properly. Seeds want to soak for about 12 hours, right? In water, they would fall in the water, they would soak, they would fall into the ground, and they would. So if you are like growing and you're paying like $10, $15 a seed because, you know, you want the best stirring poison in the world or whatever, then you would optimize your growing. So I believe the same way that we've researched our growing, they researched how plants grew, and they looked at the star as a natural clock. So we started watching the stars, and the shaman would tell tales around the fire, like you say, Rick. And these tales that would be told would then be envisioned within the stars, because they would be telling stories, little parables of visions that they've had, right, in their dream state. And this would correspond with certain stars moving overhead, because there is this connection. This is something I think we want to really get into, this fundamental connection between as above, so below. When we go deep within ourselves, we actually end up in the world. When we go deep into the world, we actually end up inside ourselves. Why is this? Because when we go deep into worldly affairs, we end up expressing who we are to be seen by others. When we go deep into ourselves, we actually see the expressions of worldliness for what it is. Isn't that an interesting polarity, sort of dynamic that seems to work its way out of our system? So, yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about this. And getting back to the Bible, right? Basically, like 101 Astrotheology. I think that the Pope, who we like to call the Pop in South Africa, Pop means dull. It's a little bit of a crude way of taking the mickey out of someone. If you say someone's a pop, it means they're a doll. They don't have much gray matter. So when the pop tried to make pops out of everybody else, right, tried to make fools out of us all, I think they switched the birthday of Emmanuel with the crucifixion, and I'll tell you why. And we can track this in the stars. So traditionally, the sun passes away from this world, and is reborn after 3 days. And this is a winter solstice story. So the winter solstice comes 21st, 22nd. The sun passes away. 3 days later, by the 25th, the sun reappears, reborn. So this has got to do with the crucifixion, right? And the sun crosses the crux, right? The winter solstice, it crosses the crux. Winter representing the Saturnian impulses of coldness and dryness that draws life from your body, as opposed to the warmth and moisture of spring that brings life force into the body, old age and youth. So we can see this careful association of astrotheology with what is supposedly the birthday of Emmanuel. But interestingly enough, Emmanuel was associated with the ram, with the lamb, right? And traditionally the ram of the lamb of the ram, right, was Aries. So it stands to reason that Emmanuel was actually born, as the idea goes. The zodiac is born in April. It's born in April, right? And spring and abundance and life comes into being. And then it crosses a crux in winter, where everything passes away. The plants that aren't meant to survive the entire year cycle, you know, you get perennials and non-perennials, they pass away. By that crux point, they are done and dusted. Their seeds must come up next season, next spring. They must bear new plants. There is no rebirth for these. However, there are certain plants, like the Christmas tree, right? Like the pines, that are actually reborn. They pass away. All the living stuff falls off of them. They get covered in ice and snow up in the north of the world. And then what happens is the thaws come after this burning away, and the life force starts to return back into these plants. They almost go into a form of hibernation. And we see a lot of animals hibernating at this time. We're talking northern hemisphere, by the way, which is where a lot of these mythos seem to arise from. So it stands to reason that the crucifixion should be at that point in time. And the birth. So did they switch around the birth and the crucifixion to play a game with us, so that we wouldn't be able to ascertain and see, hold on, you guys are just playing the story of the stars at us as a story. So you can imagine a shaman that has been studying the stars, because it's what they do. They sit, they study the stars, they study the cycles. They're not busy with doing the day-to-day life. They spend their entire day in contemplation, contemplating nature. They're not out toiling in the fields working. They are the people that are constantly keeping an eye on the group. When someone's sick, they will stay up for days, if that's what it takes, and go into a deep trance in order to discover what herbs to give to that person so they can get healthy. Or when there's a need for guidance or a need for mitigation. Somebody's lying in the village. We can't have this. Who's telling the truth? Who's lying? Bring out the bones. Go into a trance. Cast the bones. Let's see what the bones say. This would have been the wise elder in the tribe that lived separate. They would spend their time in contemplation of nature in order to enhance their abilities, their natural intuitive psychic abilities, so that they can do the work they need to do as their role in the village, in the society. Those people would have had a lot of time to contemplate the cycles of nature, and they would have contemplated these cycles of nature with great agility and noticed these stars. And when they were trying to explain it to the other people that didn't spend all the time contemplating this, they might have turned it into a story around the fire and said, well, this one arises, this one is born, this issue is born. And there was a Roman deity called, check me if I'm wrong, is it Ishua? There was also a Mithras. And these were both reflections of the same principles, right? The principle of rebirth, the idea of the anointment, of becoming perfected and going into a holy ministry. And we see the same thing in Mithras being the avatar of Zeus, right? So there's these traditions that we can see which have become reflected in the Christian. And there's just two important points that I think can give us an insight. They seem to be the story of the stars that have been literally taken into a physical person's story. Now here is where it gets interesting. If the Hermetic principles hold true, as those of us that have watched them seem to have observed them to do so, then could there be this relationship between that which is happening in the heavens and that which is happening in the world? I.e., we see it obviously. When that star comes over the horizon, it's spring. Things are being reborn. When that star comes over the horizon, things are passing away. It's the crux. It's winter. When that star comes over the horizon, there's an abundance of food. When that one comes over there's a map being unfolded here as time flows in its cyclical circle, repeating the syllables of time over and over again. And with those syllables of time come particular conditions. How much of those circumstances are not just for the growing of plants? How much of them are for the consciousness of the animals? We see the mating cycles of animals reflecting these different frequencies that seem to be happening at the same time as the stars. Does it mean the stars are doing it? Does it mean the stars just happen to be coming up during the time that that's happening? There seems to be a very prominent and profound relationship that is observed. So the ancients might have associated that that star was maybe responsible for this happening. They might not have. It might be our interpretation of their ancient writings, which is incorrect. Regardless, there was a synchronicity that they were able to observe between certain movements of heavenly bodies and things happening on the earth plane. And it seemed to reflect the attitudes, emotional states, mental states of animals when they would mate, when they would fight, right? When they would go out and when they would hibernate, and when they would become different moods, because the animals would have to adapt to different seasons in order to survive, and this would have all been carefully observed by the shaman. So they would have told these stories to the tribe, and the tribe would have then imagined this, finding it difficult to imagine such things, and they would have maybe used metaphor because it's an easy way to describe these things. And there could have been this great being in the stars that moves his hand, and that hand is that star over there. And the hand moving there means that the food will come here. And when you see the foot coming over there, it means be careful, there's a foot going to stamp on you. Stay in your cave. It's going to be cold. You know, like what kind of stories could the narrative have bred? They could have been eloquent, they could have been simple, but they would have probably been effective. And I think that from there we developed this to a high level. And then we settled down and we started creating almanacs. And with the almanacs, we became highly advanced at mapping the stars and getting names for all of the planets. And as we started to become more connected to the stars, we noticed how the idiosyncrasies of the human condition seemed to follow very careful modulations. The moon affected us right to this day. When there's a full moon, there are more accidents, right? Statistically. There are more things that happen, events. A lot of people become a bit crazy when there's a full moon. This isn't an old wives' tale. Some people are affected by these vibrational energies and they can't cope with them. A lot of other people have spiritual insights and spiritual awakenings. Those of you that have developed your intuition will be aware of how during the moon phases your psychic abilities will become increased and decreased. And when you're first awakening your psychic abilities, it's quite scary because they go dormant. And you go, oh no, am I losing them? Oh, and then you see the cycles of the moon. And you go, okay. So these cycles govern how sensitive I am to my intuitive potential and functions and how tuned in I am to nature. And sometimes I'm not that tuned into nature and I walk and I step on something I didn't see because I wasn't paying attention. And that's meaning that that star was warning me of a pending accident. Be careful. So when you start to observe, you be careful. That star's there. It means I got to be careful because during that cycle, I might not be so conscious. I might be more engrossed in other experiences. So I think there's like probably a bit to chunk on there, especially the bit about the church switching. Did you guys think that they actually switched the two around? Because it does seem to contradict the heavens. What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's not too surprising. The Bible's already riddled with tons of contradictions anyway.
Yeah, there's definitely some flipping around of things. Something I noticed that when you were talking that reminded me of something that I've come across is that there was a trinity of Baal and Asherah, and I think their son, but I can't seem to find his name. But then there's another trinity that was before the Canaanites started to bring in the worship of their god. There was the Canaanites worshipped Baal, and there's a trinity of Baal, Astarte, and Moloch. And in their temples and their sacred acts, they would partake in orgies in the temples, and they would have a goddess there that would dance orgiastically around a pole made from a tree in the middle, and they were trying to bring upon the rains or the semen of Baal, which was considered to be the rain that would come down on the crops, was the purpose of the sacred act in their rituals. And so during those times we have a Astarte being the queen of heaven. And it was said that Baal was the prince or the lord of earth. Now, after this time, when the Hebrews came into rule and they imposed their henotheistic religion with the celebration of one of the gods of the pantheon being Yahweh, and then the rest of the names of the gods were translated out by Isaiah around 600 BC. But the Queen of Heaven was then replaced by the Heavenly Father. And so originally it was the sacred goddesses that came from the heavens, and the consort was from earth. Whereas when they flipped the script, they made it so that the heavenly God is from heaven, and the women are just of earthly origin. They don't have that godly aspect to them. There's no celebrated goddess in the later translations of the Hebrew works, but originally they celebrated Asherah, who was, even though she was part of the Baal worship in older times, Asherah was said to have been the wife of El Shaddai, the Most High God. And then there's Astarte, who in Hebrew, she was spoken of in Hebrew as Astorah. And so those goddesses were stricken from being known and understood, and their names were later translated into the sacred tree of life or sacred rock or foundation. They were hidden away. And so there's definitely a flipping of the script in the sense that originally it was the goddesses that have the heavenly wisdom, that are the queens of heaven. And then the gods were, or consorts of the goddesses were really just lords of earth. Then later, when the Hebrews came and put their religion into play, it was the God, the only one and only God of the heaven. And there was no more goddesses left. They took them out of their worship, but they were originally part of the pantheon of the gods and goddesses. So you see definitely a flipping around of things where originally it was one thing and then it's replaced by another. One thing that I wanted to mention in this is that the mention of the Gehenna in the Old Testament or the Torah, people associate that with the lake of fire. But to associate that with hell or the underworld, I think is mistaken. I don't believe that that's necessarily part of the Christian or Hebrew understanding of things, really. That's kind of something that's come in later as the Norse people crossed the Danube River and took back the power from the Roman civilization as it ended. There was a time before this when they were overtaken and then trained to be soldiers for the Romans. And at that time, they took a lot of the principles of Norse mythology, like Loki's sister Hel, and they introduced those principles into their doctrine, in their ways to go evangelize these Norse soldiers that they had brought under their wings. And so since that time, they didn't add anything to their doctrines. So this principles of a hell, the underworld, which is supposed to be a cold, icy place to the Norse people, was then said to have been a hot, fiery place to the people of the Mediterranean and the deserts, because to them, cold would probably be appealing, and they would probably not see the discouragement of hell being a bad place because they're in such a hot place. They'd probably want to go to an icy realm. So they've kind of changed the story of what that place is. They've never really introduced the word hell into their doctrine, but the Mormon people later introduced the concept of hell into their doctrine, and it's written in their book, in their Bible. But that's neither here nor there. I feel like the story of the underworld has changed throughout the development from a matriarchal time to a patriarchal time, from earlier times in Mesopotamian civilization into Canaan civilization. We originally see the story of Inanna being brought through the 7 gates of the underworld, and she's been captured by Enki's sister, Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld. And so when she's brought through each of the 7 gates, she has to remove an article of clothing. And by the time she gets to the 7th gate, she's completely stark nude. And she's hung up on a rope to be killed. And it's her handmaiden, Ninshubur, that's able to go up and plead to the different consorts or gods. She goes to Enlil and pleads, and she goes to another god and pleads, and then she finally goes to Enki and pleads, and Enki is the one that's willing to come and save Inanna, and he actually removes dirt from his fingernails to create a person that's going to go liberate her. And he goes and he gets her and brings her back, and she comes back to the surface and is saved from the underworld, from the evil goddess Ereshkigal. Now, later in the Greek tales, we have the stories of Eurydice and Orpheus, and the stories of Persephone and Zeus, where they're actually brought down to the underworld as well, and they're sent down there they're being captured by Hades, and he's bringing them down there. And in those 2 stories, they're not liberated, and the underworld is controlled by a god, not a goddess. So as we see this development of mythology through the times, we see that it starts off where the goddesses are large and in charge in it first, and the gods are their consorts and servants. Later, and they plead to the gods to do things that are kind of sneaky things, because Enki for himself is a trickster god. So he's like kind of a magical trickster god himself. So he's willing to do these tricky little things. He's also considered to be a god of the underworld. So it'd make a lot more sense with that he would be willing to go down there and do the dirty work. But to me, I feel like the underworld is a place where originally that's where the heavenly kingdom was in the underworld. Now, people could argue against this, because it's said that in the works of Sitchin that the gods did come from Nibiru, from the dark star. And this is certainly possible, because even though it's a dark star, not habitable, the Hopi people spoke of Nibiru as Kachina, and Kachina red was the dark star, but they spoke of Kachina blue being a satellite that orbits around the dark star from which people could have came. But to me, I feel like there's more of a chance that these ancients were very well known to be seafaring people, and potentially were able to navigate in sky chariots as well. And so if you're not navigating on the ground by landmarks, the best way to navigate is by the stars. And so when they articulated to people where they're coming from or where their homeland was, and they used a different star or a galaxy to articulate where they were from, I don't necessarily think that they were telling people that they came from a place outside of Earth. I think that they were probably using some kind of a navigational understanding that they had, which people probably did not understand and went right over their heads, because people are more familiar with using landmarks. They don't really understand that even though the stars move in the sky, that you can use the North Star, which stays stable, to be able to navigate through the sea or the sky. So it's debatable as to whether the gods were extraterrestrial or intraterrestrial, or whether they became intraterrestrial after the flooding of Lemuria and Atlantis, and they found a sanctuary within the earth. But there's kind of a long contrast between the old understanding of what the underworld was and today's understanding of what the underworld is. And so I feel like, just like we used to understand that in the matriarchal times that the soul would go in and through the earth, just like in Kemet, where you would go to be judged by Ma'at, and then Thoth would scribe the judgment, and then Anubis would enact the process. And then if your heart weighed more than a feather, then your soul would necessarily either be reincarnated under the matriarchal model, or it would be eaten by Sobek or Amit, the crocodilian god, and your entire existence, all of your past lives, would be stricken from ever having been, and all of your existence would be erased. That's the later patriarchal model, where if you don't pay the gods if you don't pay a priest, you'll never be able to be reborn. But even if you've made one of the 42 transgressions of Ma'at in the patriarchal model, you can pay a priest to be able to be reincarnated. But if you don't pay that priest, then they threaten that your soul would be stricken from ever having existed, be eaten
That
up.
sounds like a Catholic racket you're talking about there, brother.
It's
You can buy that stuff.
Yeah.
I think you're talking about Teheret, by the way. Is it Teheret, the goddess? She was related to both the ancient Egypt, from the old period of Egypt. Teheret, Tauret, can't remember how to pronounce it. And she was a rhinoceros. Is it a rhino? No, not a rhino. Hippopotamus.
Yeah.
A combination of a hippopotamus and a crocodile. And she would eat your soul, but she was also the goddess of birth. Isn't that interesting?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Like there was this dual nature. The ancient Egyptians had some really interesting ideas. I love where you're going with this. I think it's really, really brilliant. I thought as well, there's a lot of talk in the chat here. I noticed, Druga, you're talking about autoplants. Do you know what autoplants are? Basically, they get a plant that comes from the northern hemisphere where there's constant sunlight, and that plant has developed how to flower in constant sunlight. And they take that plant and they breed that plant with the plants from the Himalayas in order to create autoplants. So they're not natural, just so you know. They're actually created, man-made. But to get back to this point of this astrological cycles, I think, did you want to say something, Cosmic?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to pose this a seemingly redundant and stupid question to both the roundtable and the chat, but I think it's actually really important. It's something I've been thinking about lately, and it seems like it's so weird and on the nose, but it needs to be said. What is a god? Really think about, what is it a god? Is it an individual being? Is it a sort of a collective mind of a culture? Is it an ideal or a principle that we strive for? I really started to think about it, and I'm like, obviously most people, when they think of a god as just some, powerful being that lives in the sky and has, special powers and all that. But then I really think about it, I can't really think of a working definition of what a god actually is in a true ontological sense outside of its metaphorical, mythological framework. And so I kind of don't want to just throw that question into the air and see what you guys thought.
I feel like there's different understandings of what a god really means, in that, in modern day and closer to modern times, a god is some kind of a figurative, symbolic thing. But I feel like in the ancient times, the gods were actually literal beings. They had flesh. They were really here amongst us, walking amongst us. And they were either, interestingly, the Greeks said that the gods were first giants, titans, and then they became more man-sized. But this could be later in the timeline where the parents of the titans were actually more human-sized. And then after having mixed with humans, it became the Nephilim, much further referred to the Greeks as the Titans. That's possible. But it's interesting. It seems that the gods, whether they were tall, stature, and giant or not, they had great power over us. Either they had high technology, they had magical abilities, they had immeasurable strength. It's hard to say what kind of power that they had over us. But it said that the gods were here with us. In the original talking of the gods and the stories of the Mesopotamian legends, said that they had, various character defects, just like a regular person would have. And so they're not spoke of as being some otherworldly, perfect beings that never made any mistakes and were only made of light or anything like that. They didn't really speak of them like that. They spoke of them as making mistakes and having transgressive personalities where they would be consumed with wrath or maybe jealous or of other gods or goddesses. And so we see some of that in the Greek legends as well. There's the story of Eris throwing the golden apple into the ball and having Aphrodite and Hera fight over who's the fairest one of all. And so you do see some of that later in the Greek stories, but a lot of the stories of gods after that are gods of perfect light from the heavenly realm that, like, you know, are represented by a star that they've never shown face. We've never gone to where they live, but we swear that the place where they live is a divine realm with golden gates, but we don't really know much about it.
Wow. Fascinating question there, Cosmic. Maybe I can give my take on it in just a quick sec. I wanted to answer Bush Whisperer your question about the inversion really quick in of Easter and Christmas. Yes, I'd give it an absolute yes. It was a deliberate intention to confuse and to take further the reins over humanity and whatnot. So I think it, like, so for example, the accepted calendar, right? Let us think about the New Year's resolution being, you know, January 1st. Can you imagine planting the seeds of intent or the seeds in the dead of winter in the Northern Hemisphere, right? How many people fail in their resolutions, right?
Yeah.
Right? It's because it's out of sync with that which is, well, everything we've been talking about is the natural cycle of when do we plant seeds into the fertile earth, into the receptive fertile earth. Well, we do that in the springtime. We do that in everything that you shared with us, Franklin, in your first thoughts there. And so they're setting us up for failure. I think people often get discouraged when they find themselves a week or 2 weeks into their resolution, only to find that there's the energies that are that kind of influence and govern us are not supporting said resolution, right? And so, like my kids and I, we speak very specifically about lining up our intent with the natural cycles, and it just makes sense, right? It just look at all the evidence that we see with the animals and the nature spirits, etc. So yes, I think that there was a deliberateness to that. With regards to gods, oh my goodness, Cosmic. I mean, I don't know if it's obvious as right. I mean, because you made me think, and I just I think I've arrived at a place where just we are that is what I'm wrestling with is that the we are the gods, but there seems to be like a subset of gods within us, like like these energies, the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the stars, the luminaries represent specific energetic qualities that are embodied in all of us and that influence us. And so, you know, clearly these stories to which you guys seem to have a real mastery of and understanding of reflect this as above, so below. And so I in resonance, it seems to me that we, you know, we are that, and we've coming together to discuss this, and we're gods and goddesses sitting around the not the campfire anymore, but the what is it, the StreamYard Zoom video, you know, having a discussion of what the hell's going on. So
I love that StreamYard. Yes, so it's like you actually make me think about the name. A yard is a garden, a stream running through your garden. Yeah. Can you drink from a stream running through your garden? It's an interesting concept in this modern day and age. The idea of gods, goddesses, and deity. Well, I'll start with the word God. My understanding of the word God, and I have to play with words to begin with. I have to. It's the only way I can make any sense out of this. So I see the word odd. The word odd is an ancient word, and it was very commonly used in Middle English, some of the latter parts of the latter English. In the Old English, it was pretty much a done word, And before, going back to the Germanic, right? Od and hot, God, comes from the Germanic, obviously. From there, it comes these connections that relates it to the Norse, but it also relates it to the Indo-European. I believe the Norse is very connected to the Indo-European because from our historical vantage of conceptual perception of the past, it seems like there was this ancient culture on the steppes that reaches all the way to the Indus Valley, where the Anapan society was rooted. And from the Anapan society all the way across to as far as Eastern Europe, even some say Ireland. And we've got very ancient cultures. Along these lines, you can see Stonehenge in the UK, Ireland, all those ancient stone circles. And along that place, there was this development of what we can call Proto-Indo-European language. And the Proto-Indo-European language groups moved in what seems to be three directions. The Indus Valley moved down. We had the Rig Veda Valley language group that developed a little bit similar but not quite the same as the Anapan. The Anapan seems like it's slightly more related to the Persian, which is a very ancient language as well, where we're talking about Farsi and Farsi. And then from these, there was a movement down towards what seems to be the Caucasus Mountains. And then there was a migration across Europe from the Caucasus, the Caucasians from the Caucasus Mountains. And the languages moved across, and so they were all mixed in, hence like so much of Sanskrit is similar to our Germanic languages. And obviously the Phoenician script, which was pretty much the center of the world at that time, Iraq, Iran, that sort of era was a huge culture, and these were people that were apparently seafarers as well. I believe it was bigger than what they lead it on to be. And so they created the phonetic alphabetic systems, Sanskrit still being part phonetic but part hieroglyphic, very much hieroglyphic actually. Interesting how that happened. When the phoneticization of the Sanskrit came to be, it doesn't seem to be too many receipts on that. But these ancient languages, very interesting because they all seem to share this very powerful, you can see the roots of language from Pitta, right? Pitta, father, pater, patre, father. These are all the way across. You say fade, I think that's in Middle East, right? Mata, mati, mother. The same roots of words, a broer, a brother, a bruder. You see, these words are all universal, and they're like right the way across. And so there seems to be this cohesion between all of these cultures. Now, I think the reason this is important when we look at the gods and goddesses, this is very interesting. So in India, we have the devas, we have the devis, we have the the rakshas, which came from the asuras. And the asuras and the devis were said to come to earth in Vimana. And you put that on the table, but keep it quiet, please, my boy. So they came to the earth, and please walk quietly, my boy. They came to the earth, according to the old stories, in Vimanas. Mwah. And they brought with them great knowledge and technology, according to the old ancient Vedas. And you see the same ideas present in, if you go across to the other side, this is where there was this line of distinction, of separation between the two groups, where if you were a Persian, Deva was the bad guy. They were the evil ones. The Devas, the Devis were the evil ones. And the Yakshas were the good guys. They were your angels. The word angels emerged from this place in the world. Then if you were in India, the Rakshas were the bad ones. They were gigantic creatures that were spawned from the Asuras. And the Asuras and the Devas had arrived on earth together. Now we see in the Middle East the Nephilim, right? And the story of the Nephilim is that there were these 200 watchers that arrived. You go to Greece, they were called the Grigori. The 200 Grigori came from the heavens and they mixed with the women of earth. You go to ancient Sumeria, it's the Igigi. Grigori Igigi. You see, same roots. And the Igigi, according to the oldest stories of Sumeria, I like that you were talking about Akkadian Akkadian cuneiform stories earlier, Indy. Now, I believe that the same ideas that you were talking about, essentially, Astarte, and you mentioned another version of Astarte. These are all the same, I believe, as Inanna, right? We're talking embodiment of Venus. Now, Inanna is one of the ancient Sumerian deities, and she, in the Sumerian story, went down into the earth, right? And she had to remove a lapis lazuli rosary. She had to remove her lapis lazuli wand. She had to remove her lapis lazuli. Did she have a crown? I can't remember. She had a whole list of lapis lazuli items that had to be removed one by one as a sacrifice as she went in. And then she was captured by the queen of the underworld, who wanted her to be her prisoner. But she was freed by the activities of, as you say, Enki. Enki sent an emissary. I can't remember the emissary's name according to the Sumerian story. So all of these stories are the same stories, right? Very interesting. The story of Noah in the Sumerian story, who we know as Noah. I wish I could remember his name. He was the half-breed son of Enki, who had bred with one of the red people. The original humans were red, according to the Anunnaki stories. And his half-breed son was going to be wiped out by the flood, who Enlil had insisted no one was allowed to help the humans. They had to fend for themselves. He wanted the humans off the planet. And he was the same guy in the Garden of Eden, according to that same old tablets, the 14 sets of tablets which were found in old Iraq, right, like Mesopotamia, which are not the Akkadian, the Sumerian cuneiform tablets, that basically was supposed to, they were all supposed to be wiped off. And he then went and took a lapis lazuli design pad, inscription tablet, and hid it behind a rock and spoke to his son, his half-breed son. I can't remember the name of him right now, from behind a rock, and because he wasn't allowed to speak to him directly by order of Enlil, but he did so in a tricky way, and he gave this directions for how to build this boat, this ark, and he was told to take the seeds of all of the creatures into this place and store them. So anyway, like all of these stories, we see repeated stories, and they all seem to point back at the heavens as well. Like the Inanna represents Venus. Now we know that Venus has moved. We don't know when, but Venus has done some interesting things in her history. And interesting thing about Venus is she's spinning in a different direction to all the other planets. All the other planets, I believe, are spinning anti-clockwise, and Venus is spinning clockwise. Is that correct, or have I got that wrong?
No, that's correct.
That is correct. So Venus is like, there has been something that has happened to make Venus spin the other direction from all the planets, because it's an almost antithetical spin to the orbit that she's in, right?
Yeah, it's almost like she got flipped upside down.
Something happened to Venus. So you can see how the story of Inanna going into the underworld could have been some catastrophic event with Venus flipping her over, which would create catastrophes on Earth, because obviously the movements of the heavens, the gravitational fields are all calibrated with all the other planets in a system. You move one, it's like a domino. They're going to affect it. Drop a stone in the water here, and the water will be affected there. It might not be a big effect, but it doesn't take much to affect our weather. So I think there's this really interesting relationship. We talk about the gods. I think the gods were originally the planets and the stars on one level. But on another level, I think that as above, so below, there could have actually been beings that arrived on Earth as well. And that these beings that arrived on Earth may have been in tune with vibrations of certain consciousnesses of creatures. I love you more than anything in the world. He's going to shower. He just came to tell me. Little bugger's running around outside naked. It's getting cold out here. It's been raining all day. So anyway, this idea of that I think that there could have been beings that arrived down here, actual beings, because there seem to be some very elaborate stories. And I think that there's more to this history on Earth with this super technology we had in our past. There was was it Rob that was saying about 16K years ago? There's evidence, man. Anybody that says that there wasn't super technology on the Earth in ancient time hasn't traveled, right? You just travel, just go out and look at these things. I haven't been to the pyramids, but I've been to India. And the things that I have seen, the scale of some of the things that I've seen, I'm like, who the hell built this? Like, with supposedly no technology. Are you kidding me? Some of those temples that you see are incredible. Mind-blowing. There seems to be a lot of evidence of ancient technology. And even what you see in Ethiopia, there are single phallic stones that were mined 50 miles away, and they weigh 1,000 kilotons. And we don't have the capacity to lift more than a quarter kiloton without technology. We would not be able to move that rock. We do not have it. We would have to chop it up. But that's a single huge piece of stone that was, and we can see where it was hewn from the rocks. The evidence is there. It's in the stone. Somehow we moved a 1,000-ton stone, which we now, maybe in 20, 30, 40, 50 years, maybe in 100 years, we'll develop bigger, better cranes. Maybe. But not yet. So we definitely had superior technology to what we have now on some levels, at least with regards to architecture. So there seems to be this historical great phase of a civilization, a golden civilization, which is mirrored in the times of these ancient stories that we get. In the Vedas, they speak about the times that these beings walked amongst Earth, amongst the humans, and that these beings were bigger than humans, and that they had different color skin. And think about it. If you come from a different place in the galaxy, you might not have the same color skin because the sun might be stronger than what you're used to. It might shine right through your skin. Your blood might shine through. What's the story with blue blood all about? Right? Interesting concept there. Is our blood supposed to be blue and it turns red when we bleed? Is that correct?
Yeah, when it gets oxygen in it, it turns red if you have iron-rich blood. But copper-rich blood is blue. Like horseshoe crabs have copper-rich blood. And it's said that the gods had blue blood. So it could have been copper-rich. And that would explain why they were not able to reproduce with us very well. And they had to keep in their own populace. They really could not mix with the humans. But interestingly, negative and positive RH blood will work for the first birth somehow. So they could potentially make one progeny, but not much more than that.
Here's an interesting point that makes me think. I mean, I don't have answers. I've got more questions than what I've got answers. But when I look at the idea of these beings, planets, heavenly bodies, I don't know about those of you, but if you've ever been in communion with a being, with a planet, with the sun, with Mars, they seem to talk to us. There seems to be like an intelligence there. There seems to be a living thing. I think the Earth we're on is alive. I think it's very presumptuous to assume that it's just an inanimate object. To me, this is one big living being that we're on. If you tune into her and you soak into her, she can guide you. She can communicate with you. She can talk to you in her own ways. Take off your shoes and feel her under your feet and start to become attuned to the vibrations of her resonant field, and she will talk to your heart in a very direct way. Elephants know this. That's why when there's a tsunami or something, they don't get struck down. The earth tells them of what's happening and they listen. I think that all of these heavenly planetary bodies are living beings, and I think that we're all associated with different living beings. And we are here in the flesh. I'm very associated with the planet Venus. My moon is ruled by Taurus, right? My moon is in conjunction with Mars. I have a close association with Mars. There's a warrior in me, right? Some part of me is an idealist, or maybe that's not the right word. Some part of me is a humanitarian and an activist. There's that Martian energy with me. That Mars also rules Scorpio, my north node. I'm drawn to the occult. I'm drawn to understand these mystical, like, occult forces, because it's in my north node. It's in my karmic record. It's my path. Sagittarius is on my ascendant. I've got a strong association with the Jupiterian quality. Jupiter's creativity is in my mind. So I've got like one side of Venus creativity. Music. I sing and I channel music. I dance. Like, there's the Venus in my heart. It's a part of me. Mars is got an element in my being. The sun rules me. The sun was in my midhaven when I was born. I'm a solar being. I want to be on the stage. I want to be the center of attention. I want to lead. I want to lead. I just feel the need to do what I want to do. And if you want, like, I'm like that. I've always been to trailblaze, do my own thing, go. And then there's this element of intelligence that they all seem to create together. That becomes me. But I feel like all of these beings are inside me, and they're like a part of me, and I'm a part of them. So if these demigods walked the earth, maybe they were the embodiment of these astral forces of these planets. Maybe we think that we're individuals, which we are, but we're also constellations of different beings. I think, okay, here's a shamanic thing. Dive into this. Let's go, baby. So our organs are different beings. This is my worldview. You don't have to go with it, but use or don't use. And these different beings of our organs are in a state of cooperation. And each being has got its own emotional quality, right? So your liver carries your anger if you get angry. But it also is that ability to be active, right? And it's meant to purify. Anger is how you feel with something that's wrong. You want to address it. That's the humanitarian. That's Mars, right? Then kidneys carry fear. Fear is how you feel when you're challenged. So your kidneys generate the warmth. Work with the fear and the anger, work together to keep the fire element in your body, right? Your heart is about joy and sadness. It carries the vibrations of joy and sadness in your heart. Sadness can cause you to die of a broken heart. This is a real thing. People do this, right? The brain is carrying mercurial vibrations through and through, right? The planet Mercury is very embedded in our brain. It's the information network that connects things. It's like a little communication highway between all the different organ emotional states. And each being has its own requirements. And they work in together. So the heart relies upon the liver to clean the blood and the kidneys and to create the blood. When they rely on the heart to move the blood. And so there's this competition within us of all of our different organs. But they're working together in synergy, but they're individuals. And we become a composite construction of all of these individuals. And these individuals, I believe, are the body of these consciousness beings, of these great macro beings that are in the planets. Their consciousness are operating through these beings inside our bodies. There might have been a time in the past when this body wasn't one body, but all of these beings were running separately around on the planet. Look at an example of the blue bottle. What is the blue bottle called? It's called the Portuguese man o' war, right? So there's 3 different beings that have come together fairly recently. There's still 3 distinct beings, and they've fused together to create a single being. One's got the stingers, hunts for the food. The other one's got the digestive system, digestive food, and the other one's got a buoyancy system that controls buoyancy and moves them around on the top of the water. And these 3 cooperate. I think we're not that far from that. And so our consciousness holds these different dials, and these dials fit together. And so this sense of individuality in divide, dual, individuality is the coming together of these different parts that produces an aggregate vibrational sense of who I am. But I think that these beings in the past could have been ambassadors of these heavenly planets. And so we associated these beings with that because they carried the consciousness. There could have been a time astrally when we were so sensitive with our intuition to be able to tune in and realize that these are living beings around us, that the stars are alive. And hence the old mythological stories of when you pass away, you go to become stars, you move out into the stars, you travel through the stars, like you get eaten by the stars and digested and gestated and come back out somewhere else. Someone mentioned the masculinity and femininity of certain planetary energies, the sun being feminine at one point. Yeah, we've got this interesting little dial that's really important to recognize: the precision of the equinoxes and the axial precession. So the axial precession is what, it's a bit less than 26,000 years. And the precision of the equinoxes are the signs of the zodiacs. So we're currently moving the Pisces. We're on that cusp between Pisces and Aquarius. Before Pisces, we were in the sign of the Ram. The ushering of the sign of Pisces was Emmanuel. He fed the people 2 fishes. Duh. Beginning of the sign of Pisces, he fed the people 2 fishes, right? This is a story. What is this? Well, in the heavens, the precision of the equinoxes moved towards Pisces, and 2 fishes came out, and that consciousness of divinity was showing us that now is the time to eat the 2 fishes and to share the 2 fishes. And that Pisces energy represents humanitarian expressions of Jupiter. So it's got a powerful Jupiterian representation of Mars. It's all about caring and all about going in. It's a very, very deep introspective aspect of the Jupiterian creative intent. So when we then look at what came before that, and that was the time of the Lamb, right, moving towards Pisces. The sacrificial lamb, the lamb of Aries, was passing away to be replaced by the 2 fishes. So the sacrificial lamb is Christ, because this era of Christ, this era of the ram is coming to an end, and this is your ministry as standing between the precession of the equinoxes. We go back further. What was before the ram? It was the time of the bull, right? So Taurus came. Now we look back and there was bull worship, right? Nandi, the cow, Lakshmi. We're talking about 4,000 BC now, are we not? 4,000 to 2,000 BC. The time of the bull, the great bull. All of the mythos was all about the great bull, right? What happens when we go back before the great bull? Hermes Trismegistus, right? Mercury being the messenger, going back to the ancient pre-Hellenic period of the ancient Greeks. Mercury and Hermes was powerful time. This is the time of the caduceus, of the times of magic. This is the time when Thoth or Tawet or Tahuti, how you say it, came to earth and taught humans communication, how to grow food, how to farm, almanacs. Now, going back from Taurus to Gemini, we're going back to what, 4,000 to 6,000 BC. Before that, 6,000 BC, you know, you can see how the precision of the equinoxes have driven the mythology, and how much of the areas of these mythologies were related to, I bet you, damn, I should have done my homework. It's good that you mentioned that goddess, Tahiti, Tahete, I forget, the goddess of ancient Egypt, childbirth, hippopotamus, crocodile, union between these two ideas.
Teheret.
Sorry?
Teheret.
Yes, Tahit. Thank you, brother. You know, I wonder, that must be a time of set, right? So what is set? Oh, setting is the setting of the sun. Now we got to look at the big wheel. When was the time of set? We can probably calculate it according to the big wheel, right? So when would the sun have been setting? Oh my gosh, this is going to get really interesting. So we go back. The next thing is Cancer, right? In Cancer, the crab. Why is there not much crab symbolism? Well, there was a big time of lunar worship. The lunar worship. So that lunar phase, Cancer ruled by the moon. That was our lunar phase. That was probably the time when
Well, Scorpio's
setting-
also too, right?
Sorry?
Scorpio's also represented by the moon as well.
I think Scorpio's the Mars,
Oh,
but
Scorpio's
there's an association between Mars
Cancer's the moon.
and Pluto. Yeah?
Cancer is also the moon, though, right?
Cancer is the only sign ruled by the moon.
I thought there was a sun.
The only other association the moon has is with Taurus, and the moon is what's the word? It exemplifies. No, that's not the right word. It brings
Exalted?
out the exalting. Yes, exalting the Taurian energy, the moon. But otherwise, only Cancer is ruled by the moon, and Leo's ruled by the sun, and the sun rules only Leo. All the other 5 planets have 2 rulerships each, a masculine, yang, and yin. So there's this head and the tail of Leo and Cancer. Now, when we go back to Leo, so where are we now? Let's go back. So we go back, we go back Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, and Leo. Right. 12,000 years. So 12,000 years ago was the time of the lion, right? The Sphinx. Yeah? Those images of the lion-headed beings in those ancient Egyptian drawings, and the association with Re and the sun and the solar deity, Horus, the horoscope. Knowledge. Leo's associated with knowledge. Leo's associated with great work. Now, Leo would have been the peak of that solar precession. When it crosses over into Cancer, that is when the sun is moving down. So where is set? Where is set in this story? The sun is moving past its apex. The sun is setting later on, isn't it? Right? So the middle of the day is Leo, of the what we call the axial day, the 26,000 year day. So that means we've got to count either direction. We've got to count 3 signs, right? Cancer, Taurus, Aries. The time of Aries was the time of the setting of the sun. The great wars of Set must be during the phase of Aries, logically, which means we have to go back to the Pisces area to 2000 BC. Could that have been a time when these great wars were happening that we see about in the mythos? So I think these things were happening physically on the planet, but they were using the heavens to map them. Yeah, brother.
It said that Set was associated with Mercury, which I found kind of astounding at first, but it said that Mercury was associated with Set because of his swift and erratic movements in the sky, which mirrored Set's character of a god as chaotic, god of storms and warfare. So it was like the movement of Mercury, and the color red is like, color of war.
I think what happens to the sun happens to Mercury,
Yeah.
because the sun and Mercury are wherever the sun is, Mercury is in your sky, right?
Hmm.
Because Mercury can only get so far from the sun.
Right.
So we often maybe after the sun went into decline as its movement into Cancer, that could have been coming out dominant times of Mercury, and so human language started to become more important. We started to get linguistic thinking patterns, and we've come to the point where linguistic rules our entire world. We're now basically using linguistic communication patterns instead of actual speech, text. So I don't know, that's an interesting concept. I think that's not necessarily, I think there's something to be looked at there with Set relating to Mercury.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting because Mercury is supposed to represent like the healing aspect, and Set is very much destroyer. There's definitely a contradiction there.
I wonder whether, you see, also, like, when you think of Set, right, to be upset,
Sunset.
sunset, it's got to do with things passing away, in a sense, right? And the war, I think, the eras of war. Now, Mercury's relation with Set, here, let's just go out on a let's look at how the astrotheology could be connecting into the worldly affairs. During the times that we were building big ships and we were going out on big ships, conquering other lands, the time of Mars, of war, right? Maritime interests are ruled by Mercury. Maritime trade is ruled by Mercury. Mercury rules these. The number 5 rules Mercury communication. The going out to another land and like talking to them and saying, "Can we get your pumpkins?" And they say no. And you say, "Okay, well, we'll take them and we'll take your girls too." You know, who first try and give you what you want, you give us what we want, we can't get it, well, we'll take it, you know. So you had these eras of war, and I think that must have been a time when there was changes in the climate. So we see all these deserts, and they say that there was a time ago when a lot of these deserts were abundant with greenery. So the Phoenicians obviously had a time of abundance. Maybe weather got different and it was like, oh, things aren't growing anymore. We get a better build ships and go and take their crap. Yeah? Enslave those people, make them grow food for us in their lands, and then just send ships to fetch the food and bring it back to us. That's a brilliant idea. Isn't that what's been going on? Colonialism for so long. Yeah? Go and make other people work for us where they've got, Africa's got everything going on. The British were like, it's cold here, it's wet. Africa can grow stuff. Let's go and make them do stuff for us. And then we'll just come and take what they've got, you know. And so we see this to this day. So I think that could be an inheritance of a Mars time, of the time of Aries, which they used the sphere of Mercury, the maritime. And that facilitated maritime law that we're living under. And so that maritime law could have been a humanitarian, bringing the humans together, the number 9 of Mars, but with that fiery, upset nature and the setting of great cultures and the destruction of life, and with it coming strife. I don't know, what do you guys think? Am I reaching?
No, I don't think so. There were a lot of cultures lost during that time, and there was a lot of conflict, especially, preceding the times of Jesus in the age of Aries, preceding that in the times of Taurus, there was a lot of conflict, and it's kind of evident in the fact that Abraham had to set away from Uruk or Ur, and he had to go into Canaan, and there was a lot of struggle there. And the Canaanites were always warring with other tribes. They had to kill off tens of thousands of people to be able to take over lands and be able to have the ability to sow crops and stuff. So there was a lot of conflict and chaos and war in those times. And it was said that some people interpret the Tanakh, the old Torah, as suggesting that the gods would come around and keep people scared, and that they would demand virgin and goat sacrifices by the hundreds, and they would devour them all. Apparently, they and their armies would devour all of the goats. And I don't know what they were doing with these virgins, but supposedly they were eating the virgins as well. So it was said that people had the fear of God, because when the gods would come around, they didn't like when people wouldn't follow their rules, and they would punish them. And so the people lived in fear of the gods. They were literal giants that would come around and terrorize them, and that they had to give them all of these sacrifices every time they would come around. So it said that was a really horrifying time, and that when the people were able to be subservient to those gods and follow their rules and offer the right sacrifices and give their firstborn up, that everything would go better and things would be smoother for them. And it was said that without the gods to keep them in order, that the people would not be able to sustain themselves, that they would destroy each other and themselves without the gods keeping them in fear. So it was said that was a necessary aspect of the time. In such chaotic times, it makes sense that the fear would keep people under control. And it still seems to be the state that we're in today, that the people are kind of kept out of being able to be awoke and being able to be aware, that they can find wisdom. They're kind of misled into the sheeple ways now, so that they don't cause too much conflict and chaos, I think. You always have those individuals that are going to stand up above the rest of the collective and try to find a better way and look into that darkness with the light.
Yeah, the more that we tap into these cycles, and we've talked about lots of them, the moon cycle, the sun cycle, the cycles of the respective planets, and now we've pushed on to the great cycle, or the great year. And Franklin did a really nice job of articulating with clarity 12,000 years basically in these various ages. And I don't know, is that you'd get a lot of pushback in your interpretation, analysis, and what you shared. It really makes a lot of sense. And so, it begs the question, as we move into this next age, this Aquarian age, if we can reflect on the past, as we've just done, and we can bring our understanding of the zodiac in one of the more near-term cycles, right? Well, are you reading my mind now, Franklin, or?
I was listening to you, and then I read Vince's comment, and I couldn't help cracking.
Okay. Quite all right. I lost you.
Sorry, brother. I'm totally agreeing with you. I'm loving what you were saying until I saw that comment. It just cracked me. But please continue.
Yes. Well, at any rate, it's like, so as humans, like right here, right now, in this particular incarnation, and we've got a various number of decades amongst us, and we can discern, observe, reflect on the energies within these cycles that right, and then so we can postulate them out and to scale, right, and so I think that's what we're doing. It seems to me that we embody the zodiac, and then so our natal chart reflects the sum total of our malicious actions over our existence, our many lifetimes, both individually, and we could probably talk about how that is reflected collectively as well. And so essentially it's the template by which these energies flow, and we express ourselves uh, individually as we're expressing ourselves right now. We have different perspective based on the interface between our natal, kind of our template, the filter by which we receive and disseminate these energies, these godlike energies, and through our unique expression of that. And so I think it was really cool to have you take us back through um, the macro, really take us back through these various different ages and reflect that in how it was expressed in the larger society or humanity. Um, for example, in the Piscean age, and one of the great symbolic representations of that, which is Jesus and the fish, etc. And then going back to Leo and the lion, and we can see evidence of that in Egypt. Um, oh, by the way, I wanted to share with you in Mexico, the Mayan civilization, the remnants or the ruins of that is purely, it's incredible. It really is incredible, and we can see the influences. Ironically, supposedly this was just unfounded or unfolded in a contemporary awareness back in the 500-600 years ago. Well, there's evidence in these ruins of Asian and Roman and various other cultural influences from all over the world. And so anyway, that's just an anecdote or a side note to the another topic that you brought up earlier. Um, but here we are, we are able to see with our own eyes and feel with our own senses the sun. And so like I have a relationship with the sun, I can not only feel it in my physical body, I can feel it in layers deeper within that. And I think we all can relate to that. And so it stands to reason that the other luminaries, the moon, which we already talked about, affects the feminine's menstrual cycle, and that these other gods and goddesses in the sky have a direct impact on us as individual expressions in the microcosm, and it's reflected in different ways. And as we come together in these groups and we express our different expressions, we honor and respect those. We acknowledge and we validate simply by our presence with one another. We are coming together ultimately in a unified whole. I think that's where we're heading. But anyway, thanks, Franklin. I thought that was a really good exercise you just took us through.
I just wanted to ask the people in the chat a question. Was Druga really misbehaving badly? Because I'm going back in the chat, like people.
The
offering
guy
him, like,
is going into your chat.
knuckle sandwiches and stuff. Like he must have been stepping on toes. Should I have removed him earlier?
Yeah, you should have removed him earlier because he's not really adding anything productive to the conversation. I mean, he's just saying stuff like, "Who would watch this crap? I am Droga." That's how he talks in real life. Because I know I've heard him in voice chat, and he's like,
I'm just seeing like the arguments he was causing with people, and I'm like, if that's why you hear them, why are you here?
He's just distracting people with just like when I met the God comment earlier. He's like, "Oh, he doesn't know what God means." Ha ha! It's like, dude, what that like. How disingenuous, man. And I just think it's like so disrespectful. And like, even if you don't agree with what people are saying here and you think it's totally like, illogical or wrong, that doesn't give you the right to just like, be like that and be rude and hostile. Like, I believe that you can disagree with somebody in like a polite and a respectful manner that you still sort of respect the person. Like, I disagree with a lot of the stuff that, you know, you guys talk about, and some of the things like I don't necessarily think, but I'm not going to like interrogate you in this. No, you need a source, please give me a source for what you say. Like, no,
I love your
we're
Russian.
just having a casual, it's like, we're not trying to like, you know,
Yeah, I
prove
mean-
something to like, you know, in a book and like prove it to history. We're just having a conversation here and spitting out ideas. It's like, well, of course I'm not going to have sources. I didn't even prepare for this. And he's like, no, you need sources. You need to back up your claims with what you say. And I'm just like, no. So yeah, he's not really useful. He's not productive. And I apologize to the roundtable for getting distracted with this, you know, drama and stuff. So I kind of want to get back on topic here and sort of get focused again. So I apologize for kind of going off script today.
Oh, you're good.
No,
You mentioned
I'm sorry.
the mentioning of the name God and what the meaning of the name God means. We were talking about that earlier, and I wanted to get back to that a little bit. It's said that the name God could come from the word Guad, like as in Guadalupe, which means the river. And it's thought that the name God is said to represent the river of life. And it's said that the Virgin Guadalupe once was known to have said that God is within us and that God cares for us as a mother. So that, to me, that's pretty striking right there. But the idea of God being the river of life, it's interesting. I think I see that there's a strong connection there because as we mentioned earlier, there's really no other thing that comes to combine the odd and the G together besides Guad. But it's interesting that it's spelled with an O in the center instead of an AU. But AU and O are sometimes interexchanged between one another, as a lot of vowels are, especially in the English language. There's so many different ways to write the same thing with different letters, and that's evident by like the word fiche, which is also spelled as goatee. Like in the word enough, GH is a F. In the word Phoebe, O is an E. And in nation, TI is a sh. So GHOTI can be pronounced fish. I don't know if anybody's come across that before, but there's a lot of times with syncretism, the vowels can be interplayed and exchanged. And I see a strong connection between the river of life and God.
I think when it comes to gods, I kind of play around with the idea that I've been thinking about the idea that maybe gods are a human creation, but not in the way that you kind of like, you know, the idea that it's like purely fiction. I think that I've been thinking that, you know, humans, when they form cultures and they form civilizations, it's almost like the minds of the people kind of form together in a kind of mind soup. And then out of that, a god emerges, regardless of whether they literally believe in a god or not. I think that when human beings form cultures, they kind of create a sort of like an individual collective consciousness, like a smaller sort of collective. And I think that the god is sort of the speaker or the representative of that sort of egregoric consciousness form. But I've also been thinking too with this the Zarfexology stuff and playing with the idea of nonlinear time and causality happening outside of linear time, that kind of throws in a different angle to it, because it's almost like maybe it's like there's a kind of an emergent property, like gods are sort of an emergent property of different cultures, but maybe that emergent property had its set, maybe that the causality of that, it's kind of like some like reverse, like we're thinking about retro causality, that maybe gods come from like the future and they kind of like, wait, hold on a second. I don't know if I thought that through correctly. That it's almost like they kind of like create a past to sort of create, no, never mind. But yeah, I think it's that, okay, forget the time thing. I really didn't have that thought through, but I think the overall, my kind of general thesis is that in the same way, like in the sort of maybe in a way, like God is sort of like, what if a God is like it's like there's monkey, there's ape, and then there's human, and then out of humans, gods evolve. Like it's the next type of organism. I'm not totally set on this idea, and I think there's some things to work, to kind of work out with. But I think for me, that's kind of a good starting point to at least kind of see that, because even whether or not what you believe in gods, what a god is essentially, it is a reflection of the sort of the overall mind of a specific culture and race. That's why when Steinfox, whenever he comes on here, I think because he's very interested in his kind of more, I don't know, Norse Germanic tradition, that when people kind of do the Jungian thing, it's like, oh, Isis and Aphrodite, oh, they're the same god because they both worship love, and so they're literally the same being. And I think that there's the point there that people like Steinfox make, is that a lot of these gods, while they are symbolic of the sort of traits that represent them, like love, money, war, etc., that I think there's also that specific cultural contingent, that specific culture or civilization in which those gods are representative of. Because in a way, if you think about the Norse gods, it's not just that they are, principles. If you think of like Thor or Odin and like Loki, and you can see that there's obviously, parallels between other religions, but it's almost like they take that archetype and they make it their own. And in a sense, you think about, Thor and Odin and Loki and all the other Norse mythology, in a way, those gods kind of represent the sort of the collective mindscape, the collective imagination scape of the Scandinavian region. And so in a way, it's like gods are almost like, it's almost like they're the consciousness of a nation or a state manifest. It's almost like they kind of all the people in one country, and they all kind of point their lasers to a single point, and that kind of creates that godlike deity. So that's an idea that I've been playing around with. I'm not necessarily saying that humans literally invented gods, or literally it is an emergent property from their consciousness, but I think that's a really interesting element to kind of like play around with and work with when it comes to this understanding.
Yeah, that's really interesting discussion. I feel like there is a similar theme to what you said about maybe the gods coming back from the future. In the Law of One, it said that the indigo rays are from the future, and they're sent back as somewhat of a bodhisattva that has come back, that is able to transcend, but is able to come back into a past lifetime, forget that they're from the future, merge with the present time here, and then create an awakening that will help people realize that they're destroying the natural environment to lead to a better future scenario. That's what the Law of One claims, which was channeled by a lady in the 80s by Ra, who is said to have been a Venetian social construct. It's a collective mind of the people of Venus that communicated to her that there are people that are being born now are spirits that come back from the future time as indigo rays, and they are here to forget that they're from the future, to immerse themselves in suffering here so that they can relate with others and ascend together with them. But on a different page, you also mentioned that that the gods could have came from us. I feel like in a way that's definitely a possibility, but to me, my research suggests that we came from the gods, that the gods had disappeared from the fossil evidence and had developed as semi-aquatic marine hominids from 4.4 million years ago up until about 0.3 million years ago. They were not in the fossil record, and we've found evidence of these hominids with giant elongated skulls. Now, they've claimed that people got a larger cranium from the original hominids by eating more brain material by having tools and fire on the savanna. That theory has been thrown out because the tall grasslands on the Serengeti, where we are thought to have evolved, were actually a jungle. So we're not tree-faring people like monkeys and apes. we were likely to have lived in a different area. And so it's thought that the fact that we're bipedal and that we have a cranium comes from the fact that we were created as a hybrid species from the marine hominids that were known as Homo capensis by the Boskop man that was found in Africa with a large round skull with huge volume on it. They're also associated with the ones that have the long cone heads. Now, those were the gods that likely became that way from being able to feed from seafood, which is said to be brain food. It's said that a seafood diet would be the only thing that would allow the change of our brain matter to become that much enlarged in a short period of time. And we look at whales and dolphins having extremely highly developed central nervous systems and brains. So it's very consistent with the idea that the gods may have lived in the water and developed copper-rich blood, and they're associated with serpents because they likely had webbed fingers and toes. Also, that they created us as part of the mythology of the Sumerian mythos, where the creatrix goddesses created us by mixing with the Lulu and took the seed of the wild hominids to create a hybrid species of slaves that became the humankind, where there were bronze, silver, and gold races, and then there was a chosen race.
Yeah, brother. There's a lot to unpack there, and there's a lot of these stories. The Lulu. There were a lot of different Lulus created according to those stories, which is interesting. I want to speak of the devil, brother. I mean that in a positive way. We start shouting you out, and there you are. Welcome, Stein Fuchs, everybody, to the zone. He is a pagan through and through. He is the Jarl of a pagan community. Jarl meaning sort of like father, something like a father.
Oh, tribal leader, yeah.
Yeah. And he's got a pagan podcast, which you'll see. It's in the recommended channels. Go and check them out. You'll see him there, Stein Fuchs, the Greyhorn podcasts. And he's going to come talk to us about the Norse. He's very much embedded in the Norse. The Norse is his blood. It's his tradition. He's a Nederlandse mens. So he comes from the Dutch tradition. And big love. It's an honor to have you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Om Shanti.
Yeah, and it's good as always to be here. I know I haven't been in a while, but I'm so incredibly busy with my own channel and with just life in general that things sometimes sometimes life gets in the way of fun. Let's just say that. But yeah, definitely pagan. Dutch, Northwestern Europe. Netherlands has always been a trade country, so we have influences from all over Europe. The Anglo-Saxons, the Germanics, the Gauls, the Scandinavians. So yeah, Norse mythology, pagan mythology. It's what I love doing, what I am about. And I heard something about comparative gods as well, and it's I actually did a guest spot yesterday on another podcast, also kind of speaking on that, because the European pantheon as a whole, there are a lot of comparative gods. There are a lot of gods who are very similar in a way. One of the let's say two of the best examples that I can give is in Norse Germanic mythology you have Thor, of course. In Slavic mythology that would be Perun, and instead of a giant hammer he's wielding a giant axe. Basically still the same archetype, if you will, kind of going more into the Jungian archetype thing lately. And Donar, or Thor, is also equated to Heracles, Hercules, in Greek and Roman mythology. Personally, I feel like it's kind of a mix between Zeus, the thunder god, and Hercules, or Heracles. That's like his actual Greek name. Hercules was his Roman name. Zeus, of course, being the thunder god, Thor being the thunder god. It's literally what, Thursday, or in Dutch, Donderdag, Thunder Day, is named after. So yeah, a lot of comparative gods. Mercury and Odin, Jupiter, the Aspater, and Tyr or Tivas. The Norns in Norse mythology, Norse Germanic mythology, are basically the same as in Greek mythology, Greco-Roman mythology. So whether it is one being, one archetype manifesting itself in many different ways, or they are each their own god, I am not sure. I am inclined to say that they are all representations, emanations of the same or similar archetypes, but just their stories matching with the lands that they are worshipped in, that they are worshipped on. That's why why you'll see a lot more gods like who was that, Bacchus, I believe, god of partying and having a good time and all of that. You'll see that more in the Mediterranean countries because it's warm, the weather is nice, there's good wine there, so you have time to lay around and just drink and party. Well, up here in the north, it's cold, it's harsh, and it's a struggle for survival, which you see represented in the stories of our gods and our ancestors as well, always fighting against particularly the ice giants. And up here in the north, it does get cold. So yeah, comparative mythology. I'm a big fan. It is something that I'm always looking into, always seeking more connections.
I have a question about comparative mythology. It seems to me that there's a strong connection between the wielders of the lightning bolts. We have Indra from the Vedic understanding, and then, of course, Thor from Norse seems to be connected to Zeus from the Greek mythology. Now, Zeus is the father of the gods, whereas Thor is the son of the father of the gods.
Yeah.
So does this imply that perhaps the Norse mythology is a bit older than the Greek mythology, potentially?
Oh, that definitely could be. Especially if you're thinking about the the root races, for example, the Hyperboreans, the Aryans, Lemurians. The Hyperboreans were older than the Atlanteans, which you could connect to more southern Europe. Greco-Roman, Egypt. That is more the Atlanteans. The Hyperboreans came before, and the Hyperboreans, they are known from Greek mythology. They came from up north, and I've always been a bigger proponent of the theory that it's not south to north, west to east, but west to east, no, east to west, but the exact other way around. That a lot of the knowledge came from the north, came from the west, Ireland in particular, and that spread its way through Europe. And I'm sure that in at the the kind of the crossroads, like at the Levant, they came into another people. They came into the people that were traveling west. The be they the Indo-Europeans, the Scythians, perhaps, because we know that around that time the Scythians were incredibly active as well in southern Europe and in the Levant, Asia Minor. Um, but yeah, it's a good question, and I do believe that um, I think it may be older. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you make
can't
a point.
say
I
for
feel
sure.
like the area where the Hyperboreans were said to have originated is somewhere near Greenland and Iceland, somewhat. And that area was destroyed by a massive comet impact, like around 12,000 years ago. So it could be that their high civilization may have been wiped out, but that they had propagated a lot of their wisdom from that region down from the northwest.
Yeah, I mean the survivors would be forced to go south, really, because that's, looking at like Iceland and Greenland, that's really the only half decent landmass that you can travel over and that you can settle on again. Like you can go to the Americas. It's a little more difficult, like, you gotta, like, it's Atlantic Ocean's very, very treacherous. But if you just take a little bit of the Atlantic Ocean, then the North Sea, that's already a lot less treacherous. The waters are a lot less wild, and you're gonna encounter people who already look like you, who already like worship the same or similar um, beings, be they gods or other, you know, land fetier, land spirits.
Yeah, and I can't help think about the Cherokee legend of the Moon-Eyed People, a nocturnal race of giant people with large moon eyes. Uh, Now, to me, it makes a lot of it's a strong connection that I see between the Electric Universe of David Talbot, where it said that the Earth was thought to have orbited around um, Jupiter, Saturn, and then Jupiter before the sun came in and replaced it and knocked everything out of alignment. It said that during the time when the Earth orbited around Jupiter and Saturn, that we had more infrared light and that things were really in full thrival with more darker purple colors on the leaves of the foliage, and that the pressure was different and the gravity was different to enable things to be much larger. We have things from like 75 million years ago that were absolutely massive insects that could not survive in today's pressure system.
Yeah.
And so when the Younger Dryas happened, which was much later, it seems like that was a time where a lot of the large fauna were the megafauna were destroyed. And that could include these Hyperboreans and a lot of these giants. So it's not completely out of the picture. Hard to imagine that there was a race of giants that had persisted for a very long time and built these megalithic structures, perhaps, which we maybe later re-inhabited, and that they were wiped out as this massive climate shift happened, and their area where they were said to have come from was destroyed. So it may be that their land masses were completely wiped out, and that we got basically like a skeleton of their wisdom that was brought down from the refugees. And over time, it's said that the giants were originally thought to have been very wise and capable, but over time they became cannibalistic and kind of like desperate.
Yeah.
So it's said with the Satika people of Lovelock Caves in Nevada that the people who found those caves later found that there was giant golden armor with golden spears and like highly advanced technology from ancient times of giants. But the Paiute people who wiped out the Satika people said that they were just like really mean, like kind of seemed to have some kind of a fancy fashion to them, that they would take like wolf heads and like put them on their shoulders and things, but they didn't seem to have the metallurgic capabilities that the ancient ones had, the ability to create. They had really reduced their capabilities over time, and it's kind of a sad story, but to me, it seems like there's something suspicious about the fact that this has been covered up. And I feel like the fact that they terrorized us so much may be why. There's recent whistleblowers have come out and said from the Native American tribes that they've always known these giants to have molested them regularly.
So they would war with them a lot, and they would get raped a lot by them, and eaten too. So it's a bit contradictory to the stories of the ancient mound builders, who were the giants, were the ancient shamans of the people. They were buried in ceremonial mounds in certain spoke of wheel formations, and they were revered by the smaller humans in the older times. But
I don't
something
think they are. I don't think they're the same giants. I don't think they are the. I don't know. I don't think they're the same giants because it sounds a lot like the stories of, the Tuatha De Danann coming into Ireland and basically killing off the Fomorians, who were a giant race. It is very reminiscent of the stories of Odin slaying the ice giants, and I think the rapey cannibalistic giants. I don't think they were the same as let's say the giants of old, like the true old giants. I think, as we see with mankind as well, I think they are you could even say like a fallen race, fallen giants, that with the fall of man, the fall of man into matter and more simplicity, that they took everything with them. Like it was really the whole earth, our whole planet and everything on it falling into matter, falling into density. And therefore the giants, like imagine having such a huge freaking brain. Like our brain is what, like 80% of our daily caloric needs goes to brain power. Imagine literally having a giant brain and not being able to, I don't know, like be a breatharian anymore, live off the pure mana, prana, however you want to call it. You're gonna need a whole lot of freaking food, and you got to take what you got to get. So that's cattle, that is people, that is, I don't know, other giant tribes that we don't like. They're, so there's a lot to be that is being, that you could say about it, but I don't think they are the I don't think they're the same ones, because I know that the giants were, they possessed a very high magic. There is a more, let's say, left hand path form of Norse paganism that's called Thursatru, which really focuses on the ironwood, on the working with the giants and their wisdom. It's a bit of a darker kind of Norse magic, but the fact that it is still practiced, that we still acknowledge and seek the wisdom of the giants, means that they were that intelligent. They possess that powerful magic, and if you possess that kind of powerful magic, you're not going to cannibalize anyone.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely seems like the case, that there's two sets of giants, and that maybe that one was the elder giants that had come first, that were the wise gods, and that later, as the Bible says, there were the fallen ones that were kind of not necessarily of a purebred race of the gods. They had become hybridized race, fallen race that was mixing between the two races.
It sounds likely, and maybe they were like, that race of giants was also the one that, according to the biblical scriptures, maybe they were also the ones that came into the daughters of men.
Yeah,
Because
and the
for
down.
that to even be like physically able, you have to be smaller already, more dense. Assuming that humanity was already at a denser state at that time. Because how else is a supposedly divine being or higher being, how is it gonna come into the daughters of men if not going down to that very same level as well, spiritually, physically, however, like it's simply it's not possible otherwise.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to jump back to what we were all talking about earlier about like the kind of causation. Do we create the God? Do the God create us? And while I was thinking, I kind of came up with like a totally out there alternative model that I want to share with you guys because it's something, because I've been thinking a lot about nonlinear time lately and like how to kind of like sort it out. And I think Indy kind of gave me an idea. All right, so the way I look at it is that this circle sort of represents like a non-linear time kind of ripple where it goes in two directions. So I look at it like there's the human past on the left, and then there's the human future on the right. So we essentially have a linear horizontal timeline that's at the past, present, and future. But I've always been, because I've been playing with this nonlinear time thinking, I'm thinking, well, what does the vertical line represent? And then I thought, when we're talking with Indians, I was like, well, wait a minute. What if the vertical timeline represents the time that God's experienced at the time that? So I was thinking, from a point of view of linear time, it would seem that, we created God, but I was thinking, well, what if God came from a timeline that's perpendicular to us? So let's take like the Christian God, for example, to sort of like, it makes sense of this model. So the idea is in the Bible that God is this all-knowing entity, and he's written the Bible, and he has the whole past figured out, and he has the whole future figured out in the book of Revelations, and everything is going from a divine plan, right? Well, from a God's perspective, it wouldn't be like God is here and then he goes along with humanity into the future. If God's all-knowing, he would be like here or here at the bottom vertical part and sort of looking at both sides of the past and the future from this upward position right here. So in a way, it's almost like, what if maybe the gods, like, this is kind of a weird out there, like we are created by the gods, but we weren't created within a framework of linear time. And it's only because of our perception of linear time, we see it that way. But if we can take the time of perpendicular time, so let me actually, because I know this seems kind of like abstract and out there, the idea of like this vertical time. So let me give you guys like a more practical, in real life way of understanding it. So I'm sure most people here, or at least in this chat, are not necessarily strangers to either psychedelics or mystical states of experience. And you've probably had states of mind when in that state where you felt like, time wasn't real, you were outside of time, and it seemed like the past and the future were equally acceptable. You could project your mind somewhere into the past and be there. You could project your mind into the future and be there. So the way I would look at it is that, like, when you take a psychedelic, so when you're normal consciousness, you're just kind of going along this horizontal line. But when you take either a psychedelic or you go into a meditative shamanic trance, you're now outside of this linear trajectory. And now you're on this line looking at both the past and the future like this. So my conception is the time elapsed, basically studying the past and the future from this point of view outside of linear time. So the more time you spend there, the more you move upward on this vertical trajectory. So let's say I'm in a mystical state of mind. I'm outside of time, and I'm exploring this outside of time for precisely 1 hour. So I would start here, and then I move upward 1 hour. So as you spend an hour of time in that vertical time, outside of the horizontal linear time. And so my theory that I'm working on is perhaps the God's creation of us and its, selected inhabitants and followers actually has causality in this sort of vertical sort of time matrix here outside of the horizontal time matrix. Because when we see things only from the horizontal time matrix, we think of things as having linear causality. A implies B, B implies C, etc. But now that we have this extra dimension of causality, it kind of sheds a lot of new light and a lot of different ways of looking at this. So I've been looking at this stuff from this nonlinear time perspective, and it's been really interesting. I don't know, that I guess that's just kind of like posing like what an alternate theory to, God, we created the gods and then the gods created us. And I guess I'm trying to come up with a model where it's kind of where both of these are true simultaneously outside of linear time. It just depends on what perspective you're looking at it from.
Noble intent. Have you been waiting to say something?
Real quickly, I think you're probably going in the same place. Man, you're intuitive, Cosmic. To me, what you just drew was the zodiac, right? I mean, at various different scales. You drew the cross, the horizontal Shakti, the horizontal plane, this kind of various levels of expression of the manifestation, and then the vertical being consciousness, the Shiva, and yeah, so I think frankly we either vilify or deify, do we not, as human beings? The herd tends to say, okay, this is the bad guy over here, and this is the good guys over here, and oftentimes the good guys are the ones that have these characteristics that we don't have, i.e. they're giants, i.e. they can do magic, a number of different qualities that are different than us, and so therefore we deify them, we make them gods. I would suggest probably one of the most important qualities that we can recognize in an other is their level of conscious awareness, right? And so those who have a greater degree of conscious awareness, i.e. Franklin, what you were talking about earlier, the shaman, the one that could connect with the spirits, the one that could connect with the nature and basically guide the flock to safe ground based on what's going on in the cosmos, he was celebrated, or she was celebrated, maybe and even deified or idolized or made a god ultimately. And so I think, Cosmic, you really you nailed it. I think you nailed it perfectly. It's just like as we move in, as we work with our consciousness, as we become more consciously aware of what's going on, for example, as a result of this conversation, we elevate, we go beyond linear time, we make jumps in our understanding, and therefore we level up to another plane, and so everything adjusts around that. So I'm tracking with you for what that's worth, brother. So nice play.
Yeah, I love what you did there. You know what I saw you drawing? I saw you drawing the old Tav, Phoenician alphabetic letter, that has become the Tav, which is the sign of Saturn, which is the Saturn square. The Saturn square is the Vedic astrological chart, the 9 blocks, the enneagram, the 9 astrological principles as they're reflected in Vedic cosmology, which is literally drawn as it's the Saturn square, which is probably one of the most universal occult symbolisms that we can find as we dig back into our histories. And I believe it does have connections to the giants as well, which is really interesting. I wanted to point out something here. One thing, while you were talking, I couldn't help myself. I had to go and take a look at some terminology. And so let's take a look at what I discovered. So I'm looking here, and I'm looking at the word jotun. Jotun, jotnar. Normalized, this is Old Norse, jotun. Okay?
Yeah.
And then in Old English, ilten, iltenas. Right? This is good to coming from the roots of the word eaten, because like there were stories about humans being eaten by them. That's actually all, we might get to that. But I think there are different eras of these giants, like you were pointing out, Stein. There was an early era and there was a late era. There was a before the flood and after the flood. Some of them survived. This is the story. And so the Jotnar are often contrasted with the gods. Okay, we know this, the Aesir and the Vanir, right? The dwarves and the elves fall in between the spectrum as well. And here it gets really interesting. So they're referred to by other terms as Rishi. Rishi. Oh, there's a Sanskrit term we all know well. The Rishi are the ones who wrote the Vedas. Isn't that interesting? The Purs, or the Thurs, the Turs. The Turs, the word Tur is magic, right? Turvanar is a magician, right? Somebody who creates Tur is channeling the power of Thor, lightning. There was a mention earlier about Odin is the All-Father. Zeus is related to Jupiter. Deus Pater or Deus Pater in Sanskrit, the sky father, the first sky father, Deus Pater. And then we see Jupiter, we see Zeus, which are all connections of the same thing. Zeus also, by the way, was responsible for slaying the giants in the same way that Odin was. So there's this real connection between Zeus and Odin that like is undeniable with the stories. And but now as we go into the etymology here, it gets really interesting. And like this is quite a. The next word that comes up is Jaeger. Jaeger. So Jaeger, who did the Greeks call? The Gregory. Where did the Greeks get the word Gregory from? They got it from the Sumerian cuneiform Egjegi. Egjegi, Geiger. Who were the Egjegi? Okay, let's go into the Sumerian record. So the Sumerian, the kingly race, the ruling race that came, there were a lot of races on Nibiru. This is all mentioned in the first tablets. Now, when after Alelu arrived on Earth, and then Ea spoke to his father Anu. He said, "Let me go and sort it out for you. I'll get it back. We get the gold. Bring the gold back. We'll pull a little George Bush out there. We'll get the gold. We'll bring it back." You know, it came out and basically arrived, took over, tricked Alelu, who the Christians are still singing about in their churches today. Alleluia. And basically took over. Right. So then they were here for a while and they were struggling. There are references being 10 to 14 cubits tall in the tablets. Interesting. Then there's stories about that they were struggling to do the work. So they wanted to bring out others to help to do the work. But the work that needed to be done was on Mars, and it was a lot of work to be done on Mars. So the ancient records say that 200 Egjiji were brought out. Now, they specify that the Egjiji were much taller. They were taller. Now, she being as tall as 40 cubits tall. But most of the Egjiji were between 18 and 22, 24 cubits tall. That's 18 to 24 feet. Some of them were 45 feet tall, according to these Sumerian records. Now, I don't think it's a coincidence that the ancient Sumerian records are speaking about Egjiji, that the ancient Greeks are speaking about Grigori, that there were 200 of these that came, and then we see the Norse terminology being just about the identical word. And then speaking about the Rishi, which is the saints from ancient India who was responsible for channeling the Vedas. These linguistic connections just seem to be very interesting because they had great knowledge of magic and power as well. It says even in the Vedas, it speaks about the Asura coming to Earth and having magical powers and abilities. Yeah, they had these supernatural powers that they would use to exploit humans, according to the Vedas. So I think what happened was there was a flood, and a lot of these beings passed away in the flood. But they didn't all pass away, because at a later stage, some of them rebuilt themselves. And then we speak about the era of David going out to do war with Goliath, right? And Goliath was supposedly the last king of the giants. Now, from what I've seen from other texts, is that there were 4 giant kings that had survived, that had an army of giants, and they had all been slain in those ancient wars. So I think that there was I think that there was different eras of wars with the giants. I think there's a more ancient era and a less ancient era. And I think maybe the Norse tradition is speaking about a very ancient era. Maybe. Because I find it interesting that the Norse words are the closest to the Sumerian cuneiform, which means those are all dating back to very ancient, right? It's undeniable how close these linguistic connections are. And so I think like you guys are onto something. There were different eras, and the giants had been passed away, but they didn't all pass away, and they came back. And so you know how nature repeats itself. There would have been giant wars. They had been brought under control, but there were still some. They went off, regrouped, came back. You know, next round 2. This is how it works. You know, you beat us last time, we're back. So I reckon this makes a lot of sense, that there were different eras of the giants, and that we can't necessarily think of them all as just being the same time. And they would have evolved during different times. Like they speak about the Nephilim originally, right, in the Hebrew textures. And in the later stage, they speak about the Anakim, who were the offspring of the Nephilim. So there's different generations, and the generations would have been different. They might not have looked the same. They might not have been the same. There's stories about how the Rakshas came later than the Asuras, and they were more monstrous. So there was an era of monstrous giants, and then there was an era of more refined giants. So I think there's a lot to unpack there when we look at that. I just thought I'd add that in there because that's very, very interesting. And what Cosmic was saying, I think, is really interesting. You know, the astrotheology, I think there's this powerful connection between the astrotheology and the actual giants. I believe that there were actual giants on the earth. I also believe that the astrotheology is also accurate. And I think that this is how we map our history of what was happening on earth, but it also is an egregoric consciousness. Because I do believe that there's more going on here than just a story of giants. Even though they were here and there were wars, I think there was something supernatural on a spiritual realm happening. And this egregoric archetypes that we speak about, they were beings that weren't in the physical body that were interacting with the giants. Does that make any sense?
You know, a thought just kind of occurred to me because we're talking about stars and how they sort of relate to gods and sort of the universe and all that. And I was kind of thinking like, well, what is this? What are the giants symbolically represent in nature since we're talking about stars? Then I'm thinking about like the red giants in like astronomy. There are these stars called red giants that are much larger than your standard typical stars in the sky. And I was kind of thinking maybe these so-called giants or Nephilim have a connection to those types of stars. What do you guys think about that?
That's what it says in the Sumerian records. They came from a dwarf, huge, gigantic. Is it a dwarf star, dwarf red planet? That Nibiru place is a gigantic red. Is it a dwarf star with something orbiting it? Is it the actual planet? But they speak about this ancient thing being a gigantic red body that actually crashed through the hammer bracelet and caused catastrophes, the flood. So I think that where the giants came from, I think there's relevance there. I think the supernatural realm where these beings came from is actually a real place, but maybe they used supernatural means to travel here. Does that make sense? Like they had the ability to open up the heavens and fast track using wormholes, whatever, and move through space and time in a different non-linear way. And so to us, it was like, this is just weird, supernatural. But I do think that, the story of the old magic is very interesting, because the runes, the runic magic is, from what I've gathered, okay, so there is the book of Oglia, right? The Oglia. The Oglia is one very ancient text. It's about the giants. Go and find references to it and take a look. It's very interesting. So the Oglia were the story of these ancient giants, and this is the story of them being here and the brothers, and this story of what's that guy's name? I can't think of his name right now. Who basically got they stole. They thought they were clever. In that story, there's different versions of it. There's a version in Syrian. There's a version in Persian. There's versions of it in Arabic. I think there's Greek versions of the same book, the same story, and they're all a little bit different. So we're talking about a very ancient piece of writing, but it all comes down to the book of the giants called the Oglia. And then we've got the Ogham ruins, right? So the Ogham and the Oglia, this Ogham was the language of the giants. This is why we've got these different language roots on Earth. Some people kept that language, others kept another language, and these languages all sort of splintered off and they became mixed. And now we've got like English, which I think is a mixture between this Ogham runic language and the language which came from the Asir. Because I'm guessing that the Aesir had a different language to the giants, right? Sort of makes sense.
Most likely, yeah.
So these two languages mixed at some point, and now we've got this mixed languages that have come. And so you talk about this east-west migration. I think that the migration happened both directions. I think that there was this entire region of the steppes that was up there where like culture was developing, the Proto-Indo-European roots of hieroglyphics, and there were these different beings. There were dwarves. There's evidence of dwarves in the Americas. There's evidence of giants everywhere on the planet. So at some point in time, I reckon the giants were everywhere. They were here at this point in history. They were here just like humans. We were on different places at different times, And I think the migrations happened because of natural. This place turns into a desert. Well, we're going to go over there. There's green grass there, and there's animals, and there's fresh plants. And then this place turns into a desert. Well, we're going to go there because it's green. We're going to, it stands to reason. We would have watched the animal migrations, the birds, and followed their suit, going, well, these birds must know where they're going. Let's follow the birds, right? In fact, Sanskrit is said to have come from the birds. What a beautiful idea. So the music of the birds is where the language of Sanskrit came from. Here in southern Africa, the Zulu, the Sutu, and then the Ngeni, and the languages of the San people, the Khoi, which we call here in southern Africa the Khoisan people, the Bushmen, the highly sophisticated, evolved people that didn't have a word for theft in their language because there was no such thing as theft, and they lived in peace and harmony with nature. We've got some of the most ancient carvings in rock here in southern Africa by these people. They claim that the language, the original language, which has got the most clicks in it than any other language in the world, came from the sound of, what are those animals with the horns? Antelope. Yeah. The clicking of the antelope's hooves is where the language came from. That's the legend here. In India, it came from the sound of the birds. So isn't it interesting how all of these languages seem to have some kind of animal connotations to them? Like at some point in ancient times, humans probably didn't have to speak. You know, you're talking about breatharian time, right? We were probably telepathic. We probably didn't need to speak. We
Yeah.
probably sent mind pictures to each other. But then things changed and we were like, oh, mind picture's not working. Okay. I'll imitate the antelope, you know, like, oh, you want to eat that thing? Yeah, yeah. Do you know what I mean? Or in the Vedic land, it was like, oh, right, you want to get the eggs. You're hungry, you know, whatever it was. Like you can imagine how this would have sort of taken root. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth for now.
Yeah, it seems we can relate that back, Franklin, back like to these great cycles a little bit, or the yugas, or at least what we can glean from some of the people that spend a lot of their time investigating this. Sri Yukteswar, for example, in the Holy Science, and he gets into these yuga cycles, and he talks about human beings being in their virtue, and that you know, I think about Superman, right? Superman comes to Earth, and he's exposed to our sun, and then all of a sudden he can fly. And so there's certain times in our as we go through these cycles where we move from the fall, like for example, into exaltation ultimately, or where we become more virtuous, or we have more access to our metaphysical, I guess, our fullness, like in these abilities to do these certain communications, for example, that where we can communicate in the absence of words, telepathy, etc., like you just mentioned. And so yes, and so as we go through these cycles, we ascertain, and we can embody these traits and these virtues, and then over time we lose them. And so back to the root cause of gods and goddesses, and you know, if we can contemplate for a moment that we are it, and that we are projecting individually and collectively our experience, we're projecting outside of us. One could make the connection that as we move into our virtue, we are going to project an environment or an experience to where that virtue comes forth in manifestation. As we move out of our virtue and we lose some of these innate skills, then that will not be manifest in our experience. And so going back to the red planets, or the red and relating that to the giants and whatnot, I think that we can make that causation as well. It's just right, as above, so below, as within, so without. And so that's why I think that glyph that you made, Cosmic, is really interesting. It's at any rate, those are my thoughts for now.
Yeah, I wanted to touch back on what Cosmic was talking about earlier, where he was illustrating for us in our minds that the linear aspects of temporal progression. And I feel like there's a lot of wisdom to what he was saying in the idea of the vertical line in time, in the line of time, and then an individual ascending on that vertical line. You have to also consider individuals might also descend on a vertical line. But I think that when there's ascension or descension from that linear collective line, it may create like a slight dimple in the collective line, where it's kind of raising things up for everybody else when somebody goes higher up on that line. And also when people are going lower, it could create a dimple going lower. And that possibly a dimple from people committing acts of evil or transgression or fallen acts could actually trigger more people collectively, even though only few people made mistaken acts or evil deeds. Many people would probably ascend from that and rise up and realize what not to do. And that could potentially create kind of a scalar wave that would kind of grow potentially and create a catalyst for like a golden age, where could start off where people go into a dimple on the lower scale, and then they end up rising up from it as a result of learning from their mistakes and coming into a better systems of guidance from being immersed.
That's what we see, brother. As you pointed out many times, that's what we see in the microcosm, right? As we go into the dimple, as we go into our shadow, as we go into like our pain and the suffering and our experience, that is the catalyst that ultimately elevates us up and beyond that. And that's where the transmutation takes place. And so I think what you were just expressing is that on a more of a collective level. And then we're rising up the vertical in our conscious awareness, not only as individuals, but ultimately as a collective, maybe in our communities. Like, for example, in this small community, we are rising in our conscious awareness with each other that perhaps will permeate out to the larger communities and then ultimately to our culture. And then we'll become that level of consciousness will ultimately embody and create gods, on which we will tell stories about, and then so on and so on. So yeah, I also agree with you, indeed.
I wouldn't want to promote like the doing of evil deed to catalyze some good actions happening. I would think that, you know, people can understand that even though we see questionable things happening with our authorities of our governments and et cetera, the world banking system, we can know that possibly that Mother Nature has a bigger mind and a greater plan in mind for the bigger picture of things. So that even though things have happened and we say God works in mysterious ways, or things that we really question, you know, we can always see blessings in disguise when we end up going through these trials and tribulations. But it's sometimes good to know that there's a happy ending, and if you have faith in the idea that even though this is a dark time, but we're rising up into a golden age. We're at the beginning stages of that. So you can have a lot of optimism about this. And whereas the collective, the people that watch the news and are pushed on the idealism that's being thrown onto the sheeple, there are a lot of people see a very negative future for humanity. They don't really see things going forward. And this is really seen in a lot of the media where, you know, and before that we were looking towards a really exciting future of the highly advanced technology, and now a lot of this is post-apocalyptic futures is being pushed upon us now in contrast. So it's interesting. You have to be more aware of things not in the mainstream to be able to see this vision. But it's good to know it's there.
I had to share this, Cosmic. I hope you're watching. I hope you're with us in this moment. Is Cosmic here?
I'm here.
Ground control to Major Cosmic. Okay, cool, man. So there we have Tet. This is the Phoenician, just to be clear. And this is the Paleo Hebrew. Yeah? So this one is the Paleo Hebrew. That's on now. And this is the Phoenician script. Now you see your symbol here for what has become the letter T. Right? There's two T's. You see there's a T over here. I don't know if you can see my cursor. There's a T here, which is the Tau cross, right? That we all know. But here's the T in a circle. And the T in the circle in modern Hebrew has changed its look a little bit to become a serpent, which obviously is reflected by the symbol for Leo, which is also a serpent. If you look at Leo is a serpent, right? Leo is like this. It's a serpent. This is what it is. And so we could say that this relates to Leo. Yeah? So we could say that this is like the embodiment of the sun crossing the solar arc. So when you were talking about this circle, this was to do with the arc of the sun. Am I right?
The circle is basically my representative of a two-dimensional time plane, essentially, where you have sort of like one side is the past, the other side is the future, and then you have a past and future for the vertical dimension as well. And I think one of the things that the Fae have always told me, the way they perceive time, is it's not even like moving a line at all. It's like your entire timeline becomes a circle that expands in all directions. So they can kind of jump back and forth from the past and the future and move kind of in all these directions. And that the more time they accumulate, going back and forth in all these different time directions, up, down, left, and right, diagonal, the more that circle begins to slowly expand outward into like a bigger sphere. And so that's kind of what I was trying to show with that diagram. And I think the reason I kind of pointed it out is because I've been trying to find a way to discernibly understand what that vertical line represents. Because I know I've experienced it, but I'm not really like, and now I think I've made it. And I think with this conversation, it kind of gave me an idea is it maybe what it is that like physical time is horizontal, but more astral time is vertical. So it's like there's two. So the physical world and the sort of spiritual world have are perpendicular in a temporal sense, where that's why when you are in a state, that's why it seems eternal. That's why it seems infinite, because you're experiencing an entire timeline all at once, kind of like we're kind of compressed into a single dot in the sort of present moment. And I think that's probably what happens, in some of these higher level psychedelic substances, where people have time dilation, where a 5-minute experience seems to last, hundreds, if not thousands of years. And I think this higher dimensional time model would actually sort of explain that. And that when time is slowing down, maybe that's when we start to go sort of like up and down instead of just left and right, because it's almost like we're moving at a different time trajectory. Because here's the thing I noticed when when I'm stoned, for example, like I'll notice that there is definitely a time is slightly slower. Maybe an hour feels like 2 or 3 hours. But from my perspective of just using words, walking around, I still feel like I'm moving at the same speed. It's not so much that like objects around me are literally slower. It's that my mind is processing sort of multiple dimensions of time at once. And so in the same way, when you have a lot of stuff loaded on your computer, everything starts to slow down and sort of lag. Or no, actually, it's not really a good analogy, but it's like when you're going, it's like you have one dimension of time, which is your physical fifth dimensional experience. But then you have another time vector where you have, images in your mind. You have these sort of astral visions of places and worlds and beings, but you're also still experiencing this physical time. So then it's like when you're experiencing one horizontal timeline and you experience a vertical timeline in the spiritual astral realm, then that timeline seems to move at a diagonal momentum, because you're sort of, it's like you're getting, it's like there's momentum from the up and down and there's momentum from the left and right. So you kind of just do the diagonal. I'm also thinking what's interesting thing about this model is that I think it explains memory too, because I was thinking like, when you're driving down the road and you see a skyscraper, you see that skyscraper, then you drive past it, and then eventually when you drive far enough, the skyscraper is no longer in view. It's past the horizon. But the thing is, the taller the skyscraper is, the longer amount of time that skyscraper is going to be within your view. And I think, what if that's how memory works? Like when you're moving, like maybe every memory kind of like imprints a sort of like a horizontal line, like tower on your horizontal timeline trajectory. And that the more impactful the memory and the stronger the memory, the longer that line is. So that the further you go on in life in that horizontal line, the more time you're able to remember that event, in the same way that you're able to see a taller building for a longer amount of time driving on the road, as opposed to a shorter building or a less significant memory. So yeah, there's a lot of different. I'm really trying to figure out this this nonlinear time thing. You guys are giving me some helpful ideas to work with today.
Yeah, I want to show you something, and I think this is going to be interesting. We're going to be looking at Saturn, the black cube. Black old sun, won't you come wash away the rain? That song. Who are they talking about? That's the black Saturn, black cube cult. Very, very prominent part of our history. We talk about Baal. We talk about all these old cults. We're looking right at it. What's the black sun? And what is the connection with the sun? Surya has got 7 horses drawing his carriage. Surya is the Sur, Iya. Once again, we go back to Enki. The name is in there, the Sumerian first god on this planet, deity. Sur, Iya. Shur. Tsur is almost like Tur. Tur is to journey. The journey of Iya across the skies drawn by his 7 horses. Very much like the Egyptian story, right? Where he's being drawn in his chariot across the sky. Hence Surya is being drawn by the 7 horses, the seven principles of Hermes, the 7 chakra, the seven rays of possibility. But where's this association come in here? So I'll start off by putting on this. Now this is obviously, this is the Saturn square. I hope you guys can see it, right? Now the Saturn square is the Vedic astrological chart. This is mapping out Surya's heavens, because the heavens falls under Surya's domain. Prana comes from Surya. Prana is the life force, but prana is also the substance from which all electromagnetic potential arises, that matter can arise from the Idha Pingala potentials, which is coming out of the sun. It's that sort of emergence of matter from the 0 point energy line, if you want to consider it as such, the Akasha. But here we've got what is a Vedic astrological chart. You can see this is how it's drawn, right? Just happens to be, this is the number of Saturn, the Saturn magic square, which is the black sun's magic square, right? This is why it's called the black sun, because of its associations with Surya and Saturn, this connection between the two. Now, when we're talking about Saturn, we're talking about Shani. We're talking about time, right? So you were talking about time. Shani is Saturn. Saturn rules time. But don't you find this little seal of Saturn quite interesting? Cosmic, if you just stretch your mind a little bit, right? So here we have a cross. Here we have, which is which? We have Pingala, the green. We have Ida, the orange, right? The orange of Ida and the Pingala of green. And we've got the Shashumna, 4 and 6, with 5 in the middle, right? 5 being the center of the enneagram. So here we can see the Norse ruins coming out of this image. Is it just me or these Norse ruins? So we see this ancient geometry and this ancient picture depicting multicultural narratives. Then we take this to another point and we look at it on... So this is the enneagram, which I have now... All I've done is I've mapped the numerology of Vedic and Chaldean numerology onto an enneagram. I've only used these 2 forms. Technically speaking, the 3 triangles is not a true enneagram, but it's a 9-pointed star and can be represented as an enneagram. There is another form of an enneagram I want to map onto it, but these associations are very important to understand the association between, for example, Surya, number 1, and number 7. The 7 horses. You see, this gets interesting now. So here we see number 1, the sun, Surya. We see the association with 7. The mystic relates to In the old enneagram from Chaldea, you can, and I'm not talking about that New Age enneagram, which was basically a fabrication between 1920 and 1960. Everything about it. The story of that is there was a guy who was obviously Georgiev. He was studying and teaching, and he created his own geometric picture pattern, which everybody else calls the enneagram, right? That geometric pattern was created in the 1920s, and it has no place in history. It's nothing to do with ancient Greek enneagram. It's nothing to do with the Chaldean enneagram. It's nothing to do with Vedic cosmology. The numbers there have got nothing to do with numerology specifically, although you can see he was trying to map them. In fairness, the guy, Icazio, was only 22 years old when he came up with that enneagram system. And when he had his first interview to represent how he had unveiled his enneagram system, he was 22 years old. Then between the ages of 22 and 23, he spent 14 years with different groups of people. I'm not quite sure how a 22-year-old was being interviewed and getting prime time slots. We've got to wonder about the associations, this guy. Was he connected or what? So anyway, this 22-year-old guy then created this enneagram system. Yeah? He spent 14 years, and in those 14 years, he got really famous across Chile, and he had this other guy who was with him, representing him early on in the 50s in the universities. This guy who was the same age as him, who had just basically graduated, and while he was a, what do you call it? He wasn't quite in the university. He was a, when you're there as a, you're learning, you're not teaching. You're there as a basically, you got to do a certain amount of time. If you go into a hospital, you got to be like an attendee before you can become a doctor or a nurse. For so, I mean, that's practical. So he was doing his practical time in the university, and during that time, he got to present it. So that enneagram, I'm really suspicious of it. The numerology doesn't tally with Vedic numerology. It doesn't tally with anything. It's, in my mind, that is just about 100% counterculture, an attack by basically, we know who wants to reshape our idea of numerology. And I've noticed that the numerology is being changed on Google. For those of you that haven't been practicing numerology for more than 20 years, buy old books. Seriously, buy old books, because Google is being corrupted by the new enneagram. Be careful. The numerology is being changed. Go to old Vedic schools of numerology and get true numerology before you just start jumping out into this new enneagram. But anyway, so this is an enneagram which is based upon this. Now you can see what I've done here. I've just mapped it on here. Now you see number 4 and number 6, right? 4 and 6 is an important role here. So we have these 3 elements here creating the circle of Pingala. Yeah? And then we have 5 being the transition. 4 is stagnant. 4 in numerology is like the builder. It's all about structure. It's all about analysis. It's about logic. It's about planning, right? Like these are traditional notions. And what the builder needs in order to build, all of those qualities. And the adventurer represents Mercury, number 5, of course, which is communication and maritime trade. All of this is ruled by Mercury. So Mercury also represents generation of energy. Now when you look at that other glyph, right, it's going to make a lot more sense, because we can see here that this generation of this energy is on the pivot of Mercury. Mercury is what gives movement to the Ida and the Pingala, right, sitting in the center. And we see the 6 and the 4, the 4 faces of Parabrahm. Brahma is also associated with the number 4. There are the 4 faces looking in the 4 directions. So that picture that you drew represents those 4 directions. And now this is to do with the creation of the universe, which is where time comes from. Hence this is Saturn square, Shani square, which is basically the Vedic astrological chart, which is mapping the black sun onto the journey of the sun onto the black sun in order to understand time. So in this Vedic chart, you're going to get an idea of what will happen in your life. It's all about mapping time. It's how they use it. It's very interesting when you look at this. But this little diagram represents that cross. And that cross is in a square. Now that square represents the cube, represents the 9 principles of the Enneagram. Now what I've got here is showing that cross point, that pivotal point between 4 and 6. And its pivotal point between 4 and 6 is rotating over 5. So this creates this particular confluence of energy here. And then we find the Pingala, the Ida, with the internal emotional qualities of the Venus going into the artistic creation, the mystic going deep down into that mystical emotional qualities. Saturn becoming that, like, Ida is often ascribed to being destructive, right? The Pingala is the life-giving principle of Surya. And Ida is often described as that's that shiny connection of time that takes your life from you, because life has to be taken and given in order to keep the wheel turning. And then 9 becomes the activist Mars, sitting on that pivot that is going to dive through the center. The center represented by the planetary influence that has no number, Pluto. Why Pluto is associated with Mars, why they say that Pluto rules Scorpio and not Mars, is because of this connection with Pluto and Mars, as Mars dives through the center in order to be reborn. Here we go, the rebirth. There's that astrotheological idea of the rebirth happening at that point in the actual scale of time, right? So that is like a powerful sort of recognition of these energies coming into being. And then we can see once again here, it comes back, and so this energy is cycling through here, but this 4 and the 6 are the key to the pivot. And we can see this key to the pivot here. If you look across this pivot, it is pivoting across from number 1. You see? So number 1 and number 9 are the, like, really. Now 19, right, just to add one more element to this, is the number of the sun, occult speaking. So the number 19 relates to Surya, relates to the sun, relates to, in Western cosmology, to the sun. Now the 19th is a potassium. Just let me check this, just to be sure. It should be potassium, I believe it is. Potassium number 19. Atomic number 19. Now, a potassium atomic number 19, right, relates to, let me try and get a picture of it up here for you, relates to this notion, there we go, relates to the Surya. Now, I was talking about farming earlier. When you put a plant into flower, potassium becomes the key. Potassium is what generates mass of fruits and when you're growing food. Now the sun, the plants use potassium to store sugars, right? So sunlight is prana. Prana needs to be turned into a crystal. How does prana turn into a crystal sugar that you can eat it out of a plant? We're talking about this breatharian shift. It's potassium, because you feed your plants potassium in order to produce fruit. But the fruit is essentially stored sugar, which is essentially photosynthetically stored light that has been turned into a sugar crystal, storing the energy of the sun so that it can be harnessed later by a creature that's going to eat that fruit off the plant. So any plant that's storing sugar, potassium is like really important for the sugar synthesis, and sugar is the language of the sun. You see how all these things just keep fitting together. Like, it's really interesting when you look at them. And so this language of the sun now brings us back to this Saturnian story, right? Where we're looking at this pivoting around the number 5 and between the 4 and the 6. And of course, when you look at the 4 and the 6, the two sides of the scales, we're looking at 64, right? Because it's moving from 4 to 6, but it's moving back to front. So it's 46 and it's 64. And when we move 46 into 64, we get 110. So it's 10 plus 10. It's a double cycle of 10. It's very interesting. But 64 is how many angelic choir there are underneath the auspices of the 7 archangels and the eighth ruler of the archangels. So when you put these 8s with the 64, you end up with the 72 quinants. And the 72 quinants is the astrological wheel of the sky. And so it's broken down into its segments of time as a clock using Saturn's square. Saturn is the secret to understanding the potency of the sun. And it's always all pointing back to potassium. Isn't it just like really interesting how this astrotheology has become occult lore? A lot of the old magical knowledge and lore came from the almanac knowledge, and it had a lot to do with growing plants. It had a lot to do with understanding what plants do. If you want to learn about magic, if you want to learn about real mystic knowledge, look at what plants are and look at how they grow. Get yourself a plant and grow it. Like it's the most powerful thing you can ever do. Hold the seed in your hand and grow that seed and look after that plant and watch every moment of its development until that plant is finished. And then lovingly reap that plant and eat it, whether it's strawberries, tomatoes, whatever it is that you want to enjoy. And that whole process puts you in tune with the cycles of Saturn and the sun. So it's like a very practical way of engaging with all of these occult principles, but in a visceral way, using your hands and your voice and your breath, because you can talk to the plant. And then you start to notice that there are consciousness working through the plant, through potassium, through the sun. So anyway, I just thought I'd add that into the conversation because I think it's interesting.
I have a question. We mentioned earlier that Zeus killed the giants, but I think when we're talking about the giants that Zeus slayed, we're talking about the wise giants that came before the fallen giants, it seems. So, all right, that's interesting. But now also, that Jupiter, what happened when Kronos overthrew Uranus? Did Jupiter overthrow Zeus?
I don't know, but just remember the word circumcision, please. I want this to come up later. Astrotheology.
Well,
You just nailed something there.
Doing some research, and I found that his mother Gaia, she crafted the sickle that he used to castrate Uranus, and it said that they threw his testicles into the sea. But it's also said that some legend has possibly gotten corrupted by some modern writing. They say that Zeus threw the dismembered parts of his father Kronos into a river, such and such. I think it's like river Leth or something.
Interesting too, considering rivers are more or less kind of like a symbol of linear time, and Kronos was like the Titan that represented time.
Yeah.
Something you mentioned about water earlier, and I never got a chance to add it. God. So G is a spiral, right? The letter G is a spiral, literally. So if it's spiral, it's literally not just any spiral. It's phi. If you draw a G properly, it's actually phi. It's exactly what it is. And then odd is odic force, right? That's the Sky Father. But when you look at water, how does water move? Water moves like this. Water rolls. And I can tell you that from being a surfer, dude. Water rolls. You get under that moving water. Did you surf, Rick?
He said no, but I think he hit a button by accident. I'll probably be right back.
Uh-oh. Okay, he'll be back. But if you get inside that water, I must just keep an eye open for when he returns. If you get in, water moves like this. So we see water doing this, but water doesn't do that. Water can only move like a spiral, right? And when it moves literally like a golden fire spiral. So you were talking earlier about God and the river and water, and it made me think like Odin, that odic force, and the way that water flows, and that the letter G looks like the way that water moves. Isn't it interesting?
Absolutely.
Like that God word. But what you're saying about, to back it up, what you were saying about Uranus, Aur meaning light, Aur, whose anus? Our anus, our collective anus. We're talking about our collective anus here. So Aur meaning light, and anus, well, we know what Anu. So Anu is the father that was not here. He sent his sons. Now you mentioned this story. There's the story in the Sumerian cuneiform where Alelu is here and he wants to be king. He finds the gold. He says, listen, dudes, I got the gold. But the deal is I'm going to be king again, because Anu had fought with Alelu back before Alelu escaped to come here. And he had cleaned his clocks for him. And part of that clock cleaning ceremony was he became king, because he challenged him as a king, because Alelu was being a bad king. He wasn't getting the gold. He wasn't sorting things out to fix the atmosphere on that planet. So he was challenged, and Anu took over. So Anus, is that related to Anu? Interesting. So now you see where I'm going to go with this. So Anu comes to Earth to review the gold and to figure out what on earth is happening. Like, he had basically set his second son to come and take over from Ea, who was Enki, Ki being the name of Earth, right? Eanki, which sounds like an Ent, sounds like a geese, like a swan, Ent. Now, swans is in the Celtic stories in Ireland, the stories of the swans wandering around the planet. Beautiful story. So when we look at the story of Anu coming to Earth, he comes to Earth and Alelu challenges him and he says, you promised me the crown because I found the gold. And Anu is like, dude, you're dreaming. Like, it's not going to happen. You're not going to come back to our planet and be the king. So Alelu challenges him again to single combat. And the single combat, according to those things, are done naked. And you guess what happens? Alelu loses the fight. But in a disgraceful move, after losing, he reaches up and he bites off Anu's testicle. He then gets banished to Mars, where he has to live out his days. And that was where the Igigi ended up being stationed after he had passed away. So, and that face on Mars, according to those tablets, are the face of Allelu, who we sing praises to in the church to this day. Alleluia. So, can you see how Anu and Anus could be the same guy, considering they both got their testicles bitten off in a fight?
Definitely.
Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just like something that I noticed when you were talking about it. I was thinking, that is interesting, because there does seem to be a correlation there. But I think that story of that, now what I want to say is, what is all this circumcision about? Right? Where does this... There must be an astrotheological receipt for this, right? Could that receipt be something to do with the story of Uranus? Could that story be being enacted?
Maybe it has something to do with the stealing of the planets, which are considered to be the breath of Nibiru. When you have your the stealing of the moons, rather, when you have your moon stolen, maybe that's when you get dismembered in the astronomical sense.
That's quite interesting. Well, tell us that story for a moment, brother.
Because it's said that in the story Genesis, where they say that God blew the upper waters, blew the breath onto the upper waters, it's thought that that's a interpretation of the Enuma Elish that's written on 7 tablets, of 6 tablets of creation and 1 tablet of review. They mention that the Nibiru came by and swept up the moons of the ice giants, Uranus and Neptune, or Uranus and Neptune were swept up, and they were brought back. And another crossing is also known as the winged crescent, or the great destroyer. It comes through it with the breath from those moons of Uranus and Neptune, and then crushed the planet Tiamat, which was a great planet of life and water, and it was crushed into 2 parts. The lower waters became the asteroid belt. The upper waters then were hurtled into Earth and crashed into Earth, bringing the life from Tiamat to Earth. And that is an interpretation of what they're saying in Genesis, from what there is more articulate in the Enuma Elish. And so what we're speculating about is whether does having your moon swept up as the breath of the dark star, does that equivocate to being castrated on an astronomical sense? Because I think that a lot of these gods were associated with these various astronomical or celestial bodies because of the events that had happened, the way that they operate in the sky, and their color. It makes it so that they're associated with them. Now, it's, could be that maybe even they were known to have been associated with going out to embark out and set up like star bases there, even, who knows,
I think that's a very, very interesting idea that might give us a little bit of an astrotheological receipt. It's one of the better ones that I've seen so far relating to this idea, because I've always wondered, where on earth is this circumcision really? I mean, to circumscribe is to circle. Yeah? But where's the piece coming off? Right? Were there pieces coming off doing this happening? Were these things circumscribing that planet, right? These moons. And in the process of circumscribing these moons, or this planet, did chunks of them break off? And could that be, I mean, that's interesting. I mean, I find it fascinating. A lot of food for thought there. A lot of
maybe he like literally did it, because the reason why Kronos would devour children was because he heard a prophecy that his firstborn, or that his son would overthrow him, just like he overthrew his father. So maybe he like really feared being like castrated himself and overthrown and humiliated like his father was. And so he was like really obsessed with devouring all of his children. A lot of people know that Kronos was associated with the devouring of children, but they don't know like the background of the story.
That is interesting, and so that does sort of tally up. And I think that these astrotheological events, and namaste to everybody that's come into the chat. I see there's a few faces here. I see there's Corby, namaste, Corby 2.0. I see Chaos is back, Mexico is back. Vincent is still going strong. Shequils, namaste, welcome back. And Lauren, namaste, abracadabra. I hope you're good. And yeah, those are the ones that I've seen here. Oh, and unpronounceable name. I can never ever say your name. Socrates. I'm going to call you Socrates because it's like, with a name like that, what am I supposed to do? But yeah, big love to all of you. Blessings. I think that's very interesting. Now I think we get to that very interesting part of this conversation, right?
It's another
Right.
part of it quickly that
Yeah.
Kronos eventually gets tricked by Zeus and eventually ends up vomiting up the Titans, and then it ensues that they have the war of the Titans, and then eventually Kronos is imprisoned in Tartarus and overtaken.
Yeah, they feed Kronos a rock, I believe, that he mistakes for a child, and that's like what causes the events that take place.
Yeah, but then later, one of Zeus's children is eaten by giants disguised as bulls, and then he retrieves them from their stomach and puts them back together and puts him back into his thigh, because they took him out of the womb of the earthly mother that Zeus had impregnated to devour him, but he put him into his thigh to keep him alive and then birthed him from his thigh, and that was like Zagreus, Bacchus, better known as Dionysus.
Could that be Jupiter? Could a piece of the debris gone off towards Jupiter, and Jupiter was just like, yeah, I'll have it. Add it to my gas ball.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a giant gas planet. Just add it to the register. Come on, put it in there. Space for everything.
There's so many possibilities. They've just found more moons of Saturn, so there's like so much going on over there. There's like probably at least around 200.
Isn't Jupiter a lot bigger than Saturn?
I think it's like slightly smaller than Jupiter, if I believe. I think Jupiter is
Is
the
it
biggest,
slightly?
and Saturn is almost the same size as Jupiter, if I recall.
Right. I mean, I thought it was quite a bit smaller, but yeah, but you must be right. But I suppose when you're talking about the difference between like humongous and extra humongous, that small difference compared to Earth, right?
Oh yeah, they're both like exponentially larger than our planet. They just dwarf it like
There's like
nothing.
a whole lot of Earths thrown in there. Won't make much of a difference. You know, you could stick one
Yeah.
in there. Small change. Interesting concept.
There's
And
274 moons now confirmed. They just added 228 newly discovered small moons of Saturn.
wow.
So there's
Wow.
but Saturn emits microwaves, and
So could those be the children?
yeah, absolutely.
Could those be the receipts of all the children that Saturn ate from other gods? Like, you lose a moon, no worry, I'll have it. It's one of mine. Yeah.
You know, I think actually from the astromythology sense, it actually makes sense that Jupiter is bigger than Saturn, because you think about it, it's like, you know, Saturn, you know, is the original, you know, Kronos, and Jupiter's a child, but then eventually Jupiter surpasses Kronos, becomes the main god, thus the largest planet in the solar system. So I think even with Jupiter being larger than Saturn, I think it still fits the mythological narrative that we're talking about here with Kronos and Zeus.
Yeah, Jupiter has like 95 moons, so maybe he got some of the moons back from Saturn over time.
Well, I suppose Jupiter's just growing, isn't he? Maybe Jupiter always had more moons. Maybe we haven't clocked all of Jupiter's moons. Maybe Jupiter has 108 moons and we don't know about it.
Yeah, they didn't know if Jupiter had a ring, but Ingo Swann discovered it in remote viewing, and then they actually went and created telescopes and ways to go to instruments to be able to tell, and they found that it does have
maybe Saturn accumulates moons in the same way that Kronos devours children. He's taking in more moons for itself. I think I learned something interesting too. Just random fact. I think in the like in ancient pre-Jurassic times, apparently Earth had rings. I don't know. Maybe there's a connection there too.
Oh, well, that's interesting because we have those like Kordaluski clouds. I wonder if that's like a remnant of the rings.
Well, there was supposed to have been a vapor canopy.
Maybe it comes and goes with the golden age when we get closer proximity to Sirius. Because we've been seeing more ball lightning right now.
More water in the atmosphere means more electromagnetic potential. Yeah? Diamagnetism. Means maybe a bigger or a smaller ionosphere. I haven't quite put my finger on it yet, but maybe a bigger one. Which means that maybe there was... the gravitational field was different, and maybe we did lock things on to our, these rings. And maybe when the catastrophe happened, those rings vanished and we got a moon instead. Who knows how?
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing, dear Lauren?
Very strange.
Gays the cockatrices will never and work, dudes. Guys the cockatrice. Yeah. I do think like there's a lot of really interesting ideas coming out here that will probably be worth like people to research and go and take a look for yourselves, because we're just what do you call this? We're just free flowing and just thinking out loud and just considering possibilities. But there does seem to be a lot of these notions that seem to repeat themselves, and it seems to be part of the proverbial narrative that we're sort of swimming through. Now, what I was really curious about getting into is could it be both, right? Could these astrotheological occurrences that we can get the receipts for possibly in the heavens in terms of planetary, solar, stars, the movements, effects, things that happened in the heavens, could there be particular, could we call it coincidence, that when something like that is happening in the heavens, there happened to be somebody on the earth that represented that particular consciousness of that being? Because let's say that Kronos is a being. Let's say that Saturn is an intelligent, conscious, living being. Why not? If Earth is an intelligent, conscious, living being, why shouldn't the others? So could there be this relativity between what's happening in the heavens and how these beings then would incarnate themselves on Earth? Emmanuel's supposed to be the son of God, right? Surya, the sun, right? That is reborn in the winter solstice. So we're talking about the sun who gets reborn, yeah? The sun's cycle starts its life in Aries, right? The year, the calendar as we know it. So could there be rituals that are done on Earth by those in the know that can channel through mediumship the consciousness of those planetary forms, on the physical plane? And could these have been related to being deities or gods or enlightened beings? What do you guys think? Is this out on a limb?
Yeah, it's definitely something interesting to think about, especially if we kind of go back to the whole panpsychism topic. That the way I look at it when it comes to, planets and spheres, even if there isn't any kind of literal deity or God being associated with it, if we take on the idea of panpsychism, then there at least has to be some kind of consciousness emanating from planets like Saturn and Jupiter. If we kind of look at atoms and molecules and electrons having some kind of consciousness. And perhaps another kind of theory of gods is like, this is our way to take that kind of abstract alien intelligence of these planets and we sort of anthropomorphize them so that our minds have a better ability to comprehend and understand the forces that lie behind them. So I guess that's how I would look at that.
Exactly. And then we're talking about panpsychism on one hand, and on the other hand, we're talking about animism. And where animism and panpsychism cross over, how's that for an idea? Tell me, are you with us, dear brother, noble intent? He might be taking a sandwich break. Just thought I'd check and see if you had anything on. But yeah, my belief. Namaste, Lauren. Big love to you as well. My idea is, he has been, but I figured he maybe had things to do. Maybe he's got to eat and all of those things, make food. I believe his partner is doing a workshop today, so maybe he had to go and step in and help. So yeah, they work with Vedic practices. So I do think that my gut says to me, it's not either or. It's not either astrotheological or beings were on Earth. I don't know. Is that the Taurus in me that wants to have my cake and eat it? But it has to be both, right? It has to be both an astrotheological reaction that manifests as beings on Earth.
Well, I think it makes sense if your sort of metaphysical sort of ontology of the universe is not necessarily that everything, comes from one specific God, one specific source. If you can see things as having causality coming from different directions, then I think that you can kind of have your proverbial cake and eat it too in this situation, frankly, because I think if we look at time, being in this nonlinear sense as kind of existing as a field in all these directions, well, I think that also has an effect on how causality manifests itself into the world too. So I think you can have this kind of situation where you have gods incarnating on the earth and also gods represented as these planets and stars in the universe, because I think it's just basically the simple hermetic as above, so below, but maybe that as above, so below aspect inhabits itself in more dimensions. It's not just, we're the below and gods are the above. Maybe these gods have both a below and above aspect to them, in addition to our presence existing with them.
Yeah, I like that idea. It makes me also think that if we had, the planets were personified as individuals, possibly like all of the stars, are manifesting as individuals for maybe each species or something. But, maybe it happens of a natural accord, but you can kind of like usher it into a certain individual through magic instead of the one that it would have naturally gone to, potentially.
And it doesn't have to be a linear time cycle, does it? Like the patterns of the stars might unfold on Earth, but the time might be compressed into small chapters of time on Earth, of big chapters of time that happened out in the cosmos, could be repeating themselves here on Earth. Because if the universe is a fractal, which it certainly seems to be, right? Cells look like bigger things, and then you notice how the mathematics that governs the movement of cells seems to govern the movements of galaxies. Yeah? There seems to be this repetition. You could look at a galaxy and it will look like an eye. And you go like, damn, that looks just like an eye. Like, how did that happen? Like, there's got to be some relationship. There's got to be some fractal expression between the small things and the great things. So if these great heavenly bodies are going through this particular process, maybe this is a reflection of what's happening on Earth in a not linear time frame, but in a compressed time zone where time operates differently. And we are, as humans, recreating what has happened cosmically. And so that cosmic recreation down here is this lila, this dance of life, which we experience as this fundamental shamanic dream time or Maya. So where does free will fit into all of this? Welcome back, brother.
Good to be back. Sorry about that, fellas. Had to tend to something. What did I miss? Probably a lot.
Basically, the idea is reach the point where that which is happening in the heavens, which is a big cosmic, macrocosmic expression of the fractal nature of reality, that the small things in reality seem to be reflected in bigger things and reflected bigger, until we can see that our galaxy and the bodies within our galaxy seem to follow the same design dynamics and patterns as the small things. And we can see within even the bigger scale of looking at the galaxies, they seem to follow the same maths and the same principles as like microbes and cells. So there must be some kind of a correspondence, series of correspondences of macro to micro that can only be considered as a fractal expression of greater and smaller. And that fractal expression of greater and smaller must also operate through the time zone as well, on a not linear level, but in terms of fractals. And so these huge events of the cosmos could be happening over millions of years, but this could be getting compressed through time, through fractal dynamics. Let's coin a term, yeah, into human life, where we are acting out these cosmic expressions of macro time that we see in the heavens here on Earth, because we don't know what else to do. Maybe this wired into us to just, oh, that's what's happening out there, we must do it here. And so unconsciously we follow and we recreate what's up there down here in a compressed paradigm of time, which isn't necessarily a linear framework of time with regards to the cosmic framework of time of all these great planets and these great astrological events that we can see, which could be taking millions of years to transpire, could be getting compressed into tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years here on Earth, for us humans to play out the cosmic drama of the Lila of Maya here on Earth in this dream time of circumstance. And so where does this leave free will? That's the basic summary.
The question that we were dipped into a little bit last night, or a day or two ago. Yes. Did you arrive at the answer? Have you guys figured it out yet? Please let me know if you have.
No, we're just throwing it out there for people to think about it, because it is quite an interesting concept, you know.
Oh, I think it's so the scripture, the kingdom of heaven is within, came to mind. Actually, as I was walking on the beach today, contemplating just this topic and further and preparing to join you fellas, and it's like, what does that mean, right? Like, if you really think about that, what do you mean the kingdom of heaven is within, right? And so it's like, well, it more or less in a few choice words in one phrase, it basically describes what you just said, at least to some degree, right? And so, and the one of the questions I've been pondering is right, to what degree, how much agency or free will do we have? If so, when I started to look at the teachings, the writings, and some of these older traditions, all of the ones that we were speaking of today, and started to look at it through a different lens, through more of a hermetic lens, through more of a pagan lens, to more of a natural alchemy type lens. It started actually the words that still remain, in these various texts that have been toyed with and edited and whatnot, they still maintain this understanding that at least to some degree we are it, right? And so, like, what's going on in the heavens is what's going on in here. And so that encouraged me to approach this pursuit of truth in a much different way. and recognizing, okay, so if the kingdom of heaven is within, here's my temple, right? And here's my laboratory. And what I found is that myness, my body is the most awesome laboratory to kind of play around with lots of these different ideas. And of course, astrology is a biggie, and not get into the nuance and the differences between the various systems, the Vedic and the Western and the different house systems and all of this, or all the other modalities that we can use. There's lots of them, and some of us choose to use others and whatnot. But as I started to bring my game up with regards to kind of the astrological science or astrology, and start to understand that, and simply just utilize it to know thyself, to take my natal chart and try to understand the aspects of the planets to the other planets, and which constellations they were in, etc., when I was born, and just get a sense of me. And then when I started to kind of head nod, and I'm like, whoa, maybe this science is relevant, because what I was starting to experience is that the commentaries that I was getting from various sources regarding with my aspects of where the planets were when I was born, what the constellation was when in the eastern horizon, coming up of the eastern horizon. When I started to read the commentaries on that, I was like, wow, they're kind of describing some of my tendencies or some things about me, right? And then that encouraged me to like go a little bit deeper and then start to compare my natal chart with the transits that are happening in real time, like in the real time clock or the real time sky. And I'll be damned if I started to see some causation, and some deep correlation between what was going on in the sky with what my experience and the experience in my general in my sphere of influence. There was, dare I say, 1-to-1. And so ever since, I've been utilizing myself as a guinea pig, right? As I know myself better than I know anybody else. And so, whereas it's useful to look at my kids' natal chart and whatnot, or my wife partners, and because I understand them a little bit more intimately than I would understand a stranger, for example, I tend to do the work, so to speak, or do the analysis based on my own personal experience. And I tell you, in the last week, in the last month, I mean, the impact on the transits, as I understand them, on my life, it's astounding, the level of nuance and the precision at the things that have been in play. As you guys are probably aware, the outer planets, the transcendental planets, are making some big moves. They're all making some really big moves into some different constellations, and so therefore different houses in our respective natal charts. And this is having a significant impact on everybody individually, and then of course community wise, culturally, and then collectively. Massive. And we can see that in the news and in the macro environment, but we also can feel it within us. And so anyway, there's no doubt in my mind that just as we can feel the sun, the actual radiation of the sun physically on our physical body, I can say from my own personal observation and experience that there is an energetic influence, a mental influence. There's a causal influence on these various luminaries on my actions, my thoughts, my feelings, all sorts of things. And what I've been trying to do as I get a little bit better, moving from a beginner and as I'm into an intermediate astrologer, of trying to like hone in on more of the nuance, and the deeper that I go, the deeper what you just said seems to be true, is there's a fractal correlation. And so much so, it's just, I wonder, okay, because I'm aware of it now, because like, for example, I was unconscious of this 5 years ago. I didn't realize that there was a correlation between the macro and the micro. And I was breathing still, I was living, I was moving through life. Now I have a conscious awareness of this reality. To the extent to which it is, I'm still investigating, but I understand that these things are in play. And so does my very awareness impact the impact that it has on my experience? And is the fact that I have awareness in the first place, like conscious aware, the fact that I'm hanging out with you guys, nerding out on this stuff, is that reflective of the macro, the energies in the sky? In other words, am I destined to be an occultist, or be it and hanging out with you guys talking about astrotheology? And so it's just like almost a bottomless pit of investigation that can be had. But I'll pause there. And
I think, when it comes to the whole free will debate, there's going to be a lot of like back and forth. And, there's going to be people who are, determinists, everything comes from God, or then there's people that, everything comes with a plan. Then you got the free will people that have, God gave us individual free will. Well, whether or not there is or is not free will, it seems from a moral and ethical perspective, the universe, the gods, whatever, there's the expectation that we should treat others as if they have free will. Like you think about like for example, Bush Whisperer, you're a vegan, right? You don't eat, animals, you don't like eat any kind of mammal meat. And I assume part of the reason, right, that is because you value the lives of these organisms, your chickens, your cows. You don't want to eat them because you see them as these kind of, sacred creatures. And why is that? It's because there's a part of you that assumes that these beings have some kind of free will. Because if they truly didn't have any free will, and they were truly just these, autonomous, mindless sort of like fulcrums of history, I don't think you would have as much of an issue with eating meat, or likewise with another person. If somebody has a certain, belief system or whatever, and you try to force another belief system on there, then what's the moral imperative to not force your belief system on somebody if they don't have free will? So whether or not we do have free will, it seems that the gods or whoever created this universe have the expectation that we should treat others and other beings as if they have free will. Because if they didn't have free will, then what is the real ethical impetus or motivation to show kindness to other beings, or to show mercy upon other beings and not cause suffering? Because I think that it wouldn't make sense if there wasn't free will. So I think from that perspective, from that moral argumentative perspective, I think it makes more sense to assume that beings do in fact have free will, even though it seems like, and I think when it comes to the macro stuff, like, the idea that there's destiny, my Zarfexological Fey magic model kind of it's really a duo theistic system at its core. It's set up in a way that, the masculine, there's a masculine sort of consciousness to existence, and there's a feminine consciousness to existence. But it's not like, the father came first and then the mother was brought being, or it's a matriarchal model where the mother was first and then the father came in. Nor is it a model where it all started out as a sexless androgynous singularity, and then the male and female kind of jutted out of that, like in the Kabbalistic model. My model is that, so that the male and the female have always sort of been there simultaneously, so that the universe ultimately functions from two sort of nexuses and vectors of causality, the sort of the masculine and feminine aspect of the universe, which creates sort of the ultimate mystery. And because there's more than sort of two sources of causality, you can't really pinpoint it down to one top-down source of causality. And from that, bifurcated distribution of consciousness, there's an allowance of free will, because it's not like I'm not really, just like a kind of a like I'm thinking of like I'm sort of like asexually budded off like some kind of like mushroom from the male god, nor is the sense from the female god. I'm sort of a combination of the union, of both of these intrinsic forces. So I can't really pinpoint my origin to one or the other. And because there's no individual source, then the idea is that the self is ultimately a mystery. And one of the things my guide, my Fey guide that I channel kind of talks about is that in a lot of ways they say that mystery is a form of liberation. It's because you can't let your soul, because when the soul ultimately comes from mystery, then no mythology, no star system can totally define it 100%. And it's like that ambiguity gives us and that mystery is what gives us that freedom and spontaneity to be who we are, is to be a sort of mysterious source of causality that can't be pinpointed down from a sort of a linear trajectory of logic, which gives the universe a sense of novelty and spontaneity and wonder and interest. And I think the other mind-blowing thing to consider, if your consciousness is eternal, because I think, most people in the spiritual community will have no problem accepting the idea that, your consciousness survives on after death, and that it essentially kind of lives on and on into the future with no end. Well, if the consciousness doesn't end in the future, then there's no starting point in the past either. So not only does your soul not have an end, it doesn't have a beginning either. So in a sense, if you think about what eternal really means, is that you kind of like you exist also in the future in an infinite sense, but also infinitely in the past in the sort of the opposite direction of time. So you're just kind of the circle. Anyway, I'm rambling on and on, but I think the point is that when it comes to free will, kind of like what I got back to earlier, the 2 points that I kind of rushly read, that it seems that the impetus for morality suggests that, we should treat others with free will. And 2, from my personal metaphysical perspective, because I'm kind of a heretic in the spiritual community, because I'm not a non-dualist, because I know most people kind of do the non-dual thing, but I'm not. But it's given me a lot of different sort of ways of looking at the world. And because I have this sort of dualist perspective, and because there's no individual source of being, and that your individual nature of who you are is ultimately a mystery, that mystery is ultimately what gives us free will, because we can't define ourselves to a single cause. And that gives us, there's something very liberating about that. Anyway, that's my thought on the matter.
I like that. You put a lot of really good smarties into the box. I like that very much. And gosh, there was a couple of tabs I was going to respond to, but it seems to be slipping through my mind like jelly through through the matrix. What I would say that is on my mind is I think the non-dualist idea, that's interesting, like how do you not have dualism? I think that's some kind of woke programming, right? To me, because to try and conceive of not having dualism is like trying to pretend that I'm fully conscious, that there isn't a part of me that's unconscious. Like there's not this unconscious, conscious part of me that's working together, right?
Exactly.
And the idea that you say that men and women existed from the beginning, I think as principles and as beings, it makes perfect sense. Ida and Pingala came together. You can't have the one without the other, because they, it's like having a bolt without a nut, or a nut without a bolt. They fit together in order to construct what we're experiencing as reality. So I totally agree with you, And what else was I going to say? This idea, the fundamental idea that you were coming to was free will. So I think free will is inevitable. I think we do have free will. I just don't think that free will is what it seems to be. But I think free will is very much a thing. Like, free will exists 100%, though our proclivities exist 100% too. And our proclivities arise from two factors, conscious and unconscious. And I agree with what you say, you know, consciousness existing from all times. That's a very shamanic idea, that the future and the past extend from the present. So we can change the past and we can change the future in the present. And when you change the future, you change the past. When you change the past, you change the future. It's like an alignment thing. You align yourself in cosmic space and time. And if you move your alignment, then everything changes. So it's like these ideas that people are sort of equating to phasing, phase jumping, or whatever they call it. Sort of, there is an idea like that I feel is inherent in observing time and space, and the compressions of time and the different experiences of time in different states of consciousness in different bodies. So I think that the free will paradigm is very much a reality that we are experiencing. And I'm not totally a vegan. I ought to be, but I'm not. I do have a bit of yogurt. Don't drink milk. I do have a bit of yogurt. And not much. Because I make smoothies. I put a bit of yogurt in the smoothies. And sometimes a bit of cheese. I shouldn't do, but I do sometimes. But the vegan thing is definitely, you say that to me, you hit my conscience. I'm like, yeah, like where do I, like what's going on with these cows? I think this is a big thing, you know, morality and ethics and how we behave. Without free will, there would be no need or cause or relevance. And so the relevance, the need, and the cause arises from smoke comes from a fire, right? Smoke doesn't just appear. So there definitely seems to be enough evidence of free will. And I think that free will exists. I think how free will exists is we have certain choices that we can make. And then those choices manifest as other things that manifest as choices down the line, which seem like we're making in that moment, but we actually made the choice a long time ago. So the free will now that we think we're exercising is an expression of our proclivities, but our proclivities are a product of the choices we've made to produce the proclivities. So it's like we're living in the past of the future. We're living in the past of the future and extracting the present. And I think that's the experience of free will from my perspective. And we are prisoners. We are prisoners to our free will. And I think that sort of, for me, sums it up. I don't know what you guys, what your other thoughts are.
As far as the proclivities go, I feel like we oftentimes get the choice of whether we want to do something that we know is going to give us subconscious predispositions to want to continue. Like if we know something's addictive, or we know it's forbidden, and we choose to do it anyways, that's the point at which our free will has led us down that path, under which we're going to have to fight with these proclivities towards doing something that might be illegal or potentially fatal, just to be able to feel okay or to get our fix or something. And that might be food or drugs or some kind of exercise or activity, you know, maybe some kind of sexual proclivity or something like that. We have these different things. If we lead ourselves down a road of becoming fixated on something or do something that's forbidden and getting at that high from doing something we're not supposed to do, we know in the beginning that we probably shouldn't start down this road. Oftentimes, but sometimes we don't. And the people that are brought into situations like that, there's usually people trying to get them out of those situations to try to help them. People that are brought into a drug house when they're born or when they're children or something. That's a difficult situation. You know, they don't really necessarily get the decision to opt out of something like that sometimes. And that can be, you know, against human rights.
But there's things that they do allow where people are in situations like fundamentalism. It's not illegal to have radical views, but some people are brought up in homes of like fundamentalists, and they're
Not yet.
you know, they can be some people that also need help in like coming to get 12-step meetings, not because their families were alcoholics, but because they had radical views that are not really able to help them become a functional part of society because they're trying to maybe convert everybody they talk to or something like that.
Astrotheological comment, 12 steps. The sun takes 12 steps.
Yeah. Horus took 12 steps, the hours of the day. In the day, in the night. 12 steps across the sky.
That's a good example, Indy, of the addiction or doing things that we know to be against our own moral code or our families, and we do it anyway. And the energies that are involved that compel us to do something that we know is bad. And so I think that's a good example. Like what came to mind, what popped to mind as you were articulating like that is because I went through my own battle with dependency, actually, and so that one hits close to home. At the time, I didn't know anything. I had been studying some Judeo-Christian centric stuff because I come from a Judeo-Christian environment, but I didn't know anything to what we're talking about now. Had I known, perhaps I would do a tarot spread, right? Perhaps I'd do a 10 cards tarot spread and just take a look at my circumstance. When I figured that it was a good idea to have a drink at 8 o'clock in the morning, and perhaps the tarot could give me some insights as to why in the hell. But what came to mind is when you were talking about the people, places, and things that come into your life to assist you through that trial and tribulation. As I was facing my demons, so to speak, there were people that came into my environment that served as mentors, guides. They've been there, done that, and they could help me understand the process. And uh, essentially, they blazed the trail before me, right? And if I had pulled out this tarot deck, there likely would have been a knight or a king that shows up in certain placements and this spread to indicate said person was going to be there for me, right? I mean, that's how nuanced that I've found that these tools are, is they really can help us understand, although I think that there's a consequence to doing divination, they can help us understand that which is becoming manifest. Seemingly there seems to be a delay between intent and and then the unfoldment of manifestation. There seems to be a delay in this realm, and to me, that's how the tarot can kind of pick up on it, right? When we build a relationship with these tools, these occulted tools, they can help us understand what is forthcoming. They can help us prepare for that, etc. And so, which suggests to me, there's a certain degree of agency in that. And maybe wrongly so, but earlier when we were talking about what is a God, it's like a lot of my investigations keep pointing back to me, right? And I don't mean just me, I mean us. And of course, in the Judeo-Christian circles, to even breathe something like that in my family hometown, to even suggest something that I was kin with Jesus, right? Or that somehow we were the offspring of the divine, that would be full and outright blasphemy, right? I mean, how that'd be Luciferian, right? How dare thee suggest that you are even anywhere near capable of having agency over your own life? No. You and so, at any rate, I'm not sure where I'm going with this. I guess it goes back to this free will idea, and there seems to be. I know that as I have higher aspiration and a higher degree of intent, like to know the truth of who I am, where I am, what I am, that those types of things, as opposed to, intending for a home, for example, or some material thing. The what seems to be unfolding in my reality is higher resonant people talking about higher resonant things, helping guide me towards higher resonant outcomes. Like simply being in this conversation with you guys, I can correlate that back to stopping drinking alcohol, for example, to getting my body healthy, to starting to study these things, to having understanding that my intentions matter. And if I don't have a conscious intent, well, then I'm going to manifest my reality from an unconscious uh, standpoint. And then, okay, let's take some agency over that and have higher aspirations. And therefore, I'm not going to drink alcohol. So I'm going to have my body's going to be able to handle the energetic forces that are in play more efficiently and optimally, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then here we are. That all seemed to be very free will, directly related to becoming conscious aware of the forces at play, and then falling in line with those, jumping in the flow of that. And yet even as I go farther, I leaning not towards the free will, but away from it. Ironically, as much cosmic as I can understand what you're laying down there, and I can't get over the fact that I do believe that we have free will, for what it's worth. That we have some agency in this deal, but it seems to me that my free will in and of itself, or the quality of my free will, is governed by the same forces that everything else is, at least as I see it, which is essentially as within, so without, and as above, so below.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
another thing to kind of touch on, just kind of real quick about the whole free will thing, is one thing I've kind of noticed lately, kind of the opposite position of free will is obviously determinism. And one thing I kind of realize about a lot of authoritarian, kind of systems or like philosophy, they seem to not like the idea of free will. They seem to I think that a lot of authoritarian people like Hitler and Stalin and those types of people, I think one of the reasons in their mind they were able to justify their actions is that they didn't really believe that people had free will. They were all just kind of these deterministic agents of history. And I think there's definitely an occult angle to that too. But I don't know, what are your thoughts on that? Because I know you guys, I know you and the people on the round table like to talk about, conspiracies and the powers that be. I think that there's an issue with that somehow when you teach, I guess what I'm saying is when you teach someone that they don't have free will and you convince them that they don't have free will, you can more easily control them because they don't think they have free will that can overcome the controlling and the programming. And I think what I've noticed a lot lately with both, angles from the political dimension and the scientific dimension is an emphasis lately in our culture to teach people that we don't have free will, that we are just sort of these slaves to deterministic forces, and we have no true agency because every choice is influenced by some other thing that we have no control over. And I think there seems to be a correlation between being authoritarian and thinking free will is an illusion. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I just want to start by saying happy birthday, Chaos. I hope you're good. I hope you're having a good day. I'm honored you come to spend some of your birthday with us. I hope you're enjoying the discussion. Lauren, I hope your hubster's having a great birthday too. Big love to both of you. That whole thing is just so powerful, cosmic. I think what you're saying is on point. I think you rob someone of their notion of free will, and they will become a prisoner. I think it's an obvious junction. We see it happening. It's part of the whole structure of mechanism of control. They're fooling us into believing that they're in control. So we believe they're in control and we let them play. They're in control, right? The moment we stop giving them this notion of control, then what happens is their little power structures can start to collapse. So I think that's very like on point. And on the free will notion, I think like there's something quite interesting in this free will story. You know, we speak about the occult, so it makes me look at Lucifer and Ahriman. So I'm thinking like in terms of Steiner and Theosophy, Blavatsky. They all came up with the ideas of the Ahriman and the Lucifer. And so obviously in a nutshell, Lucifer represents free will, Ahriman represents determinism. Like if you want to just like simplify the notions in this particular paradigm, right? Obviously there's multi-dimensional meanings there, but like in its basic terms, the I of free will is I want to be free. Lucifer, I want to escape this physical prison and be free. And the Ahriman is like I am here with this duty to play my role, right? Whatever that role is. And so Ahriman is a system of control over us. Now, Steiner comes with some interesting notions regarding like the balance between the two. So there needs to be some determinism, according to this idea. There needs to be some Ahrimanic force. Because if you're out of balance, if you go one way, you become a bot and you don't think for yourself. If you go the other way, it's just me, I. So maybe there's a balance in this free will story. Maybe there's a certain amount of free will we're supposed to have and there's a certain amount we're supposed to give up. And this is just a concept. And the part of the free will we're supposed to give up is like, well, I want this. What about the people around me? What do they want? Where can I meet them halfway? You know? I want to use a lot of electricity. Okay. What about the other people? Is it going to be enough for everybody else? You know, I want to do this. I want this. So where does free will find when does it become toxic? And when does not enough free will become toxic? And is there supposed to be a certain amount of sacrifice of free will in order to be a productive member in a group? And is that important? And is free will important so that you don't become just a member in a group, to have a personal identity? I think these two forces need to be in a state of harmony and balance in order for us to be truly wholesome, holistically in a state of balance. Because otherwise we can become so self-centered and selfish that does absolute free will not represent narcissism on some level?
You know, I think the way I look at it is I think free will becomes toxic when you start to deny other people's free will, where your free will, where you think your will is so free that other people don't have the right to their free will. And I think like what I was talking about, the people who are authoritarian and deterministic. See, I think what happens when free will becomes toxic is when it becomes solipsistic, where you start to think you're so enlightened and you're so smart that you're the only being that has true free will and everybody else is just, mindless NPCs or whatever. And because they're mindless NPCs, I have the freedom to control them, to get them to say whatever I want, to get them to do whatever I want. And because we were talking about the free will kind of like balance thing here, but I think that these people who have too much free will or use it in a negative way do so by depriving the free will of others. And I think if you look kind of historically speaking, the way a lot of these cults work is that they kind of basically, they go in the opposite direction of you're talking about, where it's like having any semblance of self-interest. Like, no, you can't even have, one little grain of rice because we got to share everything with the collective. So you get nothing. And you're a selfish and horrible person just for wanting the basic rights to survive. And then they guilt trip you into doing that. And then they say, oh my God, I'm the selfish person. I'm so guilty. But they don't realize it's that a selfish person tricked them into thinking that way so that they would think, oh my God, I'm the selfish person. I'm so guilty. I'm so shameful. Meanwhile, the actual selfish person is laughing behind your back. So that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I think that I, that makes sense. That makes sense when our free will denies others. I think that's a really safe and good bet, right? That's moving out of a healthy free will into unhealthy. And you just reminded me again, both of you, your comments, just this balance point. It always seems to go back to the middle way, right? The narrow gate, these dudes that men and women that went before us that are talking about finding that straddle point, that neutral point, that 0 point in between those two. And I was thinking of your glyph, cosmic, right? That the cross, right? It's what they call that, the Christ consciousness. And so as we're on that horizontal plane, in the polarity between what we were just talking about, as we find the center point, we literally go to the intersection point, and from there we can, in this balance point is where we can ascend. We can move upwards up the vertical, and I equate that with consciousness, right? Higher levels of conscious awareness, and we can reset at a higher level of conscious awareness, and then play that back and forth polarity, on the horizontal plane for a while, balance and purify, sanctify and center, and then go up that center channel again, and so on and so on until we reach the end game, which I don't know what the hell that is, because as you pointed out, it doesn't seem like there is a beginning or an end. And what we can observe with our eyes suggests that the cycles are actually circular, which is on the outside of your glyph there, right? And which suggests that they perpetuate. And so, which is interesting because we can see evidence of this with the sun, for example. We see it die, set in the west, right, and then it gets carved up, cut up, circumcised, all sorts of different things, and then thank God Isis uh, finds all the pieces and the parts and puts it back together, and then it emerges anew, the next dawn, right, and so. I don't know.
That's good. You catch that tie-in, Franklin? It returns anew at dawn. Much
Sorry,
like
what did I
Yes.
catch? What?
Uranus and Anu were dismembered, just like Osiris was.
Yes.
So
Oh
it
yeah.
was
Exactly.
down and found anew. He was made anew.
Ah, he was made anew. That's beautiful. They ripped him a new anus and made him anew. I'm looking at this picture
That's good.
and I'm seeing how, like, what you guys are talking about here, like, reflected here. The more I look at this glyph, the more it spins me. And don't you find it interesting that we've got all the numbers between 1 and 9 on this glyph, which add up to 45, right? And just the beautiful symmetry that's being pointed out here. Everything points back to 5. And then the number of human, 5, the 5 fingers, right? 5 at the center here. And 5 is at the center, and it's between 8 and 2, right? So, 2 times 2 is 4, times 2 is 8, right? And so we've got this 2, 4, 6, 8 running around the outside of the 4 points, cardinal points. And then on the intersections between the cardinal points where it creates a cross, like literally. And obviously this creates some kind of an interesting geometric structure, right? If we look at it. We are effectively looking here at some fascinating kind of a the 9, the 1, the 3 and the 7. So we've got the cross. If we look at this one on the right, we've got the cross here, where we've got the 10 and the 10. So the 10 and the 10 are balancing out the 5 within this scheme. So here we've expanded this numeration out, and we've basically sitting here with the 5 between the 10s, and we've got the 10s running here, we've got the 10s running here. So everywhere you look at it, you've got the 10 elements of the numerations. This is how the enneagram, the ennead, becomes 10. 5 sits at the center. So when we look at alchemy, Mercury is that agent of change. Mercury is that agent of change between the salt and the sulfur, the soul, the matter. And Mercury is that point of intersection, that 0 point, balance, which generates the movement and the alchemizing potential that becomes this balancing of these 3 fundamental principles, whether you think of it as the Aum, Tat, Sat, or if you think of it as the A, the Hu, and the M, or whether you think of it as Ein Sof or Ein Sof or Ein, whichever school of thinking, or whether you're looking at the triple goddess, or whether you're looking at the monad, the duad, and the triad, or, whether you're looking at God the Father, the Holy Ghost, and the divine child of Emmanuel. I don't like to call Emmanuel by the Greek name. Isn't that funny? Even though it seems like, makes me wonder, Don't you find it strange? It was my girlfriend that mentioned this to me a while ago. It made me think. There are no Hebrew names. Like, okay, no, that's not true. But most of the disciples, like, what kind of names are these people packing?
Peter.
Like, you just got to stop and look at this. Like, okay, like, what's going on here? Like, what kind of names are these people packing? Like, where did these people actually live? What is their actual cultural roots? Because I'm not hearing Hebrew names. Is it just me, or is that something that's worth looking at?
I never thought about that. Actually, you're talking about the disciples?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never really even...
My girlfriend pointed this out to me a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, she's bloody right. Because I was saying to her that there could well be that this happened in Greece or somewhere other than what we've been told, because history is such a lie, right? Like this, they've just sculpted history. They've plastered it on to a wall. And now we think we're not looking at the wall. We're looking at the plastering and the paint. Like there's a wall underneath that plaster and paint. So, and she pointed out, well, the names don't seem. And I was like, you know what? You're right. I don't know how I missed that. Like all these years. I read the Bible 2.5 times when I was a kid. And I never asked. But I never understood languages when I was a kid, But anyway, it's something to think about, But getting back to that number 5, the 5 digits, Mercury. So Mercury is the only astrological symbol that has the crescent, the circle, and the cross. Jupiter has the crescent and the cross. Saturn has the crescent and the cross reversed to Jupiter. Venus has the circle and the cross. Mars has the circle and the cross, which is depicted as an arrow, but it's traditionally the circle and the cross. What have we left out? Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Venus. The moon has the crescent. The sun has the circle.
Yeah, so
That's
Mercury brings them together.
Mercury is the center point. Brings them all together. 5 fingers, 5 digits. Here we see it. It's depicted. It's right there in the Saturn square. 5 sits in the center. And all the numbers, the way they dance around this 5. And now we're talking about looking for that middle path. And then we sort of start questioning, what is this? What are they talking about in alchemy? of refining, and these different alchemical processes that we run through in order to get to that transmutation, so that we can produce that philosopher's stone, right? That pure, enlightened, intellectual, spiritual consciousness, which is an innate sort of state of being, and it seems to come back to this mercurial thing. And isn't that how they control us? Now we talk about free will. Okay, so the number 5 represents freedom, right? Free will, I think, is connected to the number 5. So number 5 also rules over the maritime. Okay, so maritime law is how they get us. Like, ching, birth certificate, right? The whole story is designed to lock our Mercury in. Communication. Yeah, we've got to watch our P's and Q's. Like, we can't just speak freely because there's consequences. And Mercury also represents trade, right? Saturn might rule the resources, but Mercury represents that actual mercantile. That's why the word mercantile has got Mercury in it, right? So it's like, it's interesting when we start to look at, like, Mercury is under attack. And what have they put in our little arm shots for so many years, and apparently they haven't been able to prove why they put it in? You know, there's been these cases that have come back in constitutional courts and stuff. And like, so why did you put it in there? And like, he said we should. Okay, you said why? Well, she said we should. Why? Seemed like a good idea. Like, can we have the receipts, please? There was a scientist once that said we should put mercury in. We did it. You know, they don't actually have a reason why they put mercury into the old shots that we were getting as kids. They took it out in 2001, 2002, right? 2003, whenever it was, they took them out of the shots. But nobody knows why they were putting it in there. Nobody can explain it. It's an irritant. But then when looking at it and going, well, okay, so you could put a bit of Coca-Cola in there. Yeah, well, it's also corrosive. We didn't want to waste Coca-Cola. Yeah, okay, mercury is really cheap and abundant, isn't it? Yeah, it's just growing, it's everywhere. It's on the street corners. So, you know, they didn't have receipts for why they used mercury rather than something more practical, cheaper, and less toxic. So, like, this whole idea of mercury, and then, of course, mercury is how you transform things. Bless you. So, from alchemy, that's the transformer. So if they want to transform us, they need to use our number 5 energy, our mercurial, because that's how you remove us from our center and get us moving. And then once, it's like martial arts, right? You want to disturb someone's sushumna. That's the point of martial arts, right? You want to disturb that sushumna, and you want to be able to redirect the Ida Pingala flows of their spinal column. And once you can get that, you've got them under your control. Yeah? From a physical, like, somebody comes at you, if you can move their center of gravity, you've got them. That's the end of the story. Yeah? You can control them, you put them where you want, move them how you want. So the same idea from a psychological perspective is what they're doing to us. They're disturbing our mercurial presence. So they had to put mercury into the shots to disturb that planetary energy within our body, because there's this living consciousness operating in mercury, which is so close to the sun. The sun represents that life force, prana, right? But the mercury represents Ganesha, Ganapati, right? The 5 gunas. So now we're looking at the scribe of heavens. We're looking at the knowledge, the inner knowledge of who I am. Because Ganesha is the one who's actually going to write down the information of the deities and present it to us with his tusks that he breaks off. But Ganesha is Shiva's son, right? Who lost his head. He lost his head because he challenged the Holy Spirit. Like, what are these stories telling us, right? So Shiva, you know the story. Ganesha was looking after his mother, Parvati. She was having a shower, and Shiva was like, come check her out. And Mercury was like, no, Mum said, no one's allowed to come in here. And he was like, I'll stop you, Dad. And his dad, obviously being Shiva, he's like, out come the Shiva eye, zoom off with the head. And Parvati is like, uh-oh, this isn't working for me. I tell you what, Mahakali, let's do it. Shiva's like, whoa, we can't do Mahakali. This is the whole thing's going to fall to pieces. So she's like, you better make it work. You better fix what you've done. And he's like, whatever next head comes past will be his head, I promise. Next head, elephant. Whoop, zoom, Shiva eye, elephant. Head on, boom. Now you got Ganesha. What are they telling us here? You know, elephant, alphabet, language, Ganesha the scribe. We lost our head. You want to lose our head? Losing your head is your hot, disturbing your hot from the Kabbalah. Disturbing your, they call it hot, but I call it het because that vowel is indeterminate. Het makes a lot more sense than hot. So that number 8, Saturn, time. Wow. So there's that relationship between Saturn and 5. Oh, you mean there's a relationship between Saturn and 5? Well, there we go. Look at the Saturn cross. Look at the Saturn square. Number 5 sits in the center of the Saturn square, right? So this is why many of the Kabbalists have associated the 8th sphere with Mercury instead of Saturn, because there's 4 trees of life, right, within the Kabbalistic model. So the one tree has one element. So one of the trees, they've switched the 4 and the 5 and the 8 around, and that's become popularized to us. But they're also there's a play on this. There's a play on this information. They're hiding some fundamental piece of the nature of the way that things materialize in order to show us a conceptual thing that's misleading, I think. But it's interesting when we look at this number 5, this Mercury presence, and just what's going on in the world. I don't know who, it was cosmic, free will, Mercury. And the free will of Mercury, what do we see in number 5? Hold a moment. Are you ready for this? Pachat, right? So Pachat is number 5, which is Jabura. Jabura, Pachat is number 5. So what are we talking about? We're talking about restriction. Because number 5 represents the activities of the will, but it is severity. Severity, what does that mean? It's like it severs things off. It's, dividing things. Individuality, sever. So the severity of this process of going within, number 5, that mercurial thing, it finds its extension in the other side of the tree. How do you get there? Well, you got to travel through 7. You got to be initiated into the mysteries by number 7, and that number 7 represents victory. Victory over what? The feelings and the emotions. So if you can cut 5's potential, then it backtracks you back to number 7. But number 7 then becomes ungrounded, right? So because 7 becomes ungrounded, we are now looking at the mystic forces being ungrounded, number 7, right? Which represents the somebody said that word earlier here on this discussion. It represents the those 7 horses of Surya, obviously, that pull Surya across the sky, but it's that inward striving command over morality, in a sense, if that makes sense. And there's a word for it. I'm just not getting the word right now. But this has a direct line to number 5, which has a direct line to number 3, Jupiter. And so we see these two acting as a pivotal. And then 3 and 7, we look back here and we see the proclivities of, I lost my other picture. We see these proclivities being reflected here in terms of the way in which this Saturn square and Saturn just let me make sure the sound is off, otherwise it goes all dodgy. This proclivities here between 7 and 3, You see? If that makes sense. So you're seeing these 7 and 3 reflected here. You see this relationship on the enneagram, and the 1 and the 9, the relationship between the 1 and the 9, which is a linear relationship, right? So it just to me seems interesting how number 5 ends up being the story that's the key to this whole process that happens to represent freedom. And we're talking here about free will. And 5 and 8, 8 represents the opposite of free will. Yeah? 8 represents restriction of time and Saturnial sort of the weight of Saturn, which is why you've got to work so hard. Number 8 is workaholic. It's like dedicate myself, sacrifice, work. So, yeah, I think free will is under attack, and they want us not to believe that free will is a thing. So I think a lot of our scriptural texts have been meddled with, translations. What do you think about that? In order to confuse us.
Yeah, that could be right. I think in the university, they teach in science that all of our thoughts are a chemical reaction that's created first before we're aware of the decision or thought that we have. They're trying to push that narrative, and it would,
which is true.
Be surprised if they would change biblical translations because they're doing so much of that, especially recently.
It's true, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's also not true.
Exactly.
Because the thoughts are happening somewhere else.
Yeah.
Before they even get into the body.
We don't have instruments to see the energetic components. So things happen energetically because mind before matter.
Yeah, and if nothing else, they get us to fight about it, right? Like, so for example, in the Christian debate between like a Protestant, more Calvin approach theology as opposed to, what is it, Arminianism, essentially there's that same dualistic debate. And of course, when we're fighting about things, we get hung up and stuck. So yeah, no, it does seem like there's an assault on our free will. There's this that's for sure. You don't teach the slave class how to read, right? You don't empower us with correct knowledge, or else we are going to find out who we are. And if we know who we are, then we are going to fight back, so to speak, or do something to maintain our freedom. Yeah, so certainly much of our brothers and sisters in this world currently seem to be under the illusion that if there was such a thing as free will, it's coming to pass. And the sad part of it is there seems to be lots of people who aren't challenging that notion, right? It's like seem to be okay with this, the other side of the polarity, not Lucifer, but Ahriman. Yeah. I'm just going to do what I'm told. Tell me what to do, please, Mr. Authority figure, and find that balance point.
I think that's a great place for us to start resolving this conversation. See, we've gone over 5 hours. Pretty impressive. But what are your guys' last thoughts to throw on the table? Like, well, what is it that hasn't been said? We don't have to rush off. There's more things people want to say, then let's throw them on the table. Yeah.
I just want to mention that I think it's important that there's a lot of people that continue to stay with the old way of thinking, and it gives us a perspective on how new our perspectives are, because we ourselves were in that old way of thinking at one point too. So it can kind of help us remember that we're still climbing sometimes. We're still digging those rabbit holes.
I don't think I have much else to add. I think I got pretty much everything I wanted to say on the topic today.
And also, it kind of illuminates free will. Like, we can't tell people how to think or what's true.
it's up for people to learn discernment for themselves and to be able to understand truth. And we can offer guidance, but that's all we can really do. So it takes some humility to learn that. You know, that's kind of a lesson in itself. It took me a long time to be able to understand that some people aren't going to recognize truth. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and it seems Cosmic suggested the mystery of the mystery, right? Or the maybe the freedom, the inherent freedom, or free will that is emergent from us not knowing it all. And yeah, I mean, lots to contemplate from today's conversation. I'm trying to figure this thing out, but I'm also content to not know it all, right? And that some things we just simply can't certainly put words to. I mean, and that's why I found that moving a little bit more from the library, me personally anyway, moving from the library into the mat or into the nature, spending a little bit more of my time in the lab, in the laboratory. Is useful because sometimes the words just don't seem to get the job done, and I think ultimately it seems that we're supposed to experience this mystery together in some cases, but also that there's a personal part of this mystery that I think we're supposed to experience, and man, it's pretty cool. And so I appreciate you guys. Thanks for spending your precious Saturday illuminating me.
And
Have a
I
good
just
one.
wanted to add to that noble intent, because you're like, I agree more or less that you got to just be content with not knowing everything. But thinking from the perspective of how much it would suck to know everything. Because I'm thinking of like, okay, I know everything. And it's like, well, shit, now there's nothing new to learn. Nothing is interesting. You figured everything out. Now what? What are you going to do? So to me, I think one of the reasons I, take comfort in the concept of mystery is the knowledge that my soul will never be bored. There will always be something new to pontificate, something new to discover about myself and the universe. And there's not going to be some point where it's like, oh, that's it. It's all over. Nothing left to do. Let's just stare at the white void for the rest of the eternity. No, there's always going to be stuff to do. And that mystery is, I think, what really gives the spice of life to everything.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to mention as my final words that we didn't get to touch too much on astrotheology per se, even though we were talking a lot of astrotheological things. But I just want to articulate that astrotheology can be informative in two different ways. We can have the understanding that our fault is in our stars and understand the strengths and weaknesses and compatibilities and incompatibilities of our zodiacs, horoscopes, to be able to utilize self-understanding and self-mastery. But there's also an aspect that in the Kabbalah, they mention that there is a hidden esoteric language or root of Hebrew that is hidden within the language that can help us reveal the secrets of the universe and divine understanding. It's seen as a celestial divine blueprint in which there's like spiritual power in the letters that's hidden within them. And some Kabbalists use gematria to try to unlock the secret hidden power. But there's 4 aspects of the letters that can be interpreted. There's a simple, hinting, seeking, or secret aspect to each letter of Hebrew.
Yeah, brother. Numbers are powerful.
Yeah.
Once again, nature full of numbers. Go into nature, read her numbers. Wow, she's just full of numbers if you look at her. And I love everything all of you guys have been putting on the table. It's really beautiful. It's inspiring. It's a lot of food for thought. It's a lot of ideas to digest. And I think fundamentally, also what you were saying, noble intent was, it's so on point. I don't really read books. can't read books. I just give me a tree. Let me read a tree. I'd rather read a tree. Give me the leaves of a tree over a book any day. And I've had this sort of vomit gag reflex at reading books. And there's one book I want to read, right? Percival. Is it Percival? My girlfriend's been telling me about this book. She got this book. It's an old copy of Percival. It's a mythological. It's like an entertainment, but it's a mythological story, and it's a beautiful story, and something about it's Steiner reading for all the students. She's a Steiner girl, so they got given this book to read when they were like kids, and I'm like, damn, I missed it. Dang. Well, I could still be a kid now. That's the kind of reading I can equate to, because it's not telling me how it is. But I agree, you know, the words can fall on our ears and make us deaf, cover our ears. And then we become deaf to the sound of the wind and the music of the birds, the language of the birds. So I think like that's like really a key, you know. The balancing of the mental and the emotional and the psycho-spiritual elements is really important, and nature seems to be that natural harmonizer that brings all of that beauty into it. You see it in the tarot card, the high priestess. No, the not the high priestess. One before her on the ascent, after her on the ordering.
Empress.
The Empress.
Yep.
Yes, the Empress. You see her on the Empress. You know, she represents nature, and she's what leads you to the High Priestess, to that beautiful, fully awakened initiation that will take you to becoming the Magus, and that becomes the like fulfillment of the Fool's journey. You know, so I think that's like a really powerful place to get to nature. I think it's where we all really are aiming. And there's something quite powerful about being engaged with our senses. I think we don't spend enough time being engaged with our senses in modern times because of digital, because of the world, because of the electronics and everything else. Where in the old times we had to be, if you live in the jungles and you're not engaged with your senses, you get bitten by a scorpion, a spider, a snake, you gotta wake up. There's a lot of reasons to be engaged with your senses, because if you step on that thing, it's gonna hurt. You don't want to step on it, and it might hurt so much that you don't come back from it. So there's like the real reality that you're facing, that you've got to have respect for your surroundings, and that involves being in presence. And so that presence is something that we are lacking more and more in modern time. And we replace that presence with ideas. And ideas are a very poor simulacrum or poor recreation of presence. We seem to be present in our thoughts, but we're not really as present in our thoughts as what we are in reality. So I think that's really the key to bringing the things together. And that number 5 also represents adventure. So it represents movement. Knowledge, we were talking about knowledge. You're talking about knowledge, yeah? The numerology. This is the whole point of the Enneagram, right? To understand the relationships between numbers. What's the relationship between 1 and 8? What's the relationship between 1 and 4? What's 4 and 6? What's the relationship between 4 and 7, right? Then what's the relationship between 6 and 9 and 4? Right? 9 and 4. So the relationship, what does 4 represent? 4 represents knowledge in a sense, but it's stagnant. Knowledge is stagnant, doesn't go anywhere. It needs the movement of 5 to generate centrifuge. And that spiral of 5 centrifuge will take us to the harmony of 6. So 5 becomes that pivotal point. And so the spirit of adventure being moved here is really the midpoint of the Enneagram, and it's also the midpoint of the decimal. Isn't it interesting how the midpoint of the Enneagram is the midpoint of the decimal? You just got to like yeah, like you get to 5, you've reached the middle of the, now you're halfway. 6, you're going into the next half. But you get to 5, you're exactly in the middle of the enneagram. There's something quite powerful when you look at that, the way that works. You almost wouldn't expect it from like an idea perspective, but it's how it works. So I think like that number 5 represents the spirit of adventure. So we should be on an adventure. We should be engaging with our inner child. And the inner child is at play. And Mercury is a trickster, wants to play. And it's an adventure. And that adventure is what brings that communication into play. And that communication represents the communication within ourselves with the divine and the mundane parts of ourselves to be in sync so that the information is able to be conducted. So yeah, that's my last 2 cents worth. Go and play in the wild, basically.
That's good. I got the names of the 12 disciples in Hebrew. We got Simon Peter was Shimon Kepha. Andrew was Andrea. John was Yochanan. Philip is Philippos. Sounds Greek.
Hold on. Are you hearing what I'm saying?
Yeah. We got Bartholomew,
It's all Greek to me, dude.
Bartalmai. Thomas is Taom. Matthew is Mattia. James is Yaakov. Thaddeus is Tadai. And then Judas is Yehuda. But there's only like 1 or 2 of those that sound Hebrew. They mostly sound Greek. I hear what you're saying. Absolutely.
Spanish, Portuguese, Greek.
Andrea.
Could even be Mexican, some of them, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Food for thought, eh?
Food for thought.
It's all Greek to me, though. Like, that's all I can say. Big love to all of you. I hope you all got what you came for. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. I hope you guys take the ideas to the next level, as I'm sure you all will. It's been fun. It's been an honor being with all of you guys, bringing the meeting of minds. And big love to all of you. Big love to all of you in the chat.
Likewise.
I hope you enjoy the rest of your birthday, brother. Take it easy. Don't party too hard, but make sure you got a nice big green thing that burns.
Peace and
Big
love.
love, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Om
Take it
Shanti.
easy, guys.